This beats make it funky, funky.
They come around, but they never come close. They come around, but they never come close.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you are a Michael or a Jane, then you know this. Joy in the ordinary, present in the moment. It's a spoonful of sugar to hit the diabetes quotient. Mary pop popping off and passing out the potions. Floating in the bathtub, floating in the ocean. Clean as soot out with chimney motion. They be driving plot now with the power over emotion. Lights, camera, and an action. Off into space with the time held captive. Altered in a mind state, open to a thought. They be glued to the television, begging for the plot. Play the part, you will clap, you will laugh. You'll embrace a new message over those of the past. Trust the media, trust in the badge. We will tell you what to think and we will tell you how to act.
Man, it sucks, you're saying too much. I've been struggling around to try and make a couple bucks. I've been down upon my luck while they're laughing in my face. And it's fees and my government's a shameful disgrace.
Now unburdened, we can go back to the future with Marty and Doc and the Iranians featured. Stolen uranium, attacked at the Twin Pines, 911 at the clock tower, twin lines. False flags, corrupt color revolutions. Fabian capture of critical institutions. We go back to go forward to stop the beast before the beast destroys us. So who you got in your ear, and who you got programming you that you gotta hear, and who you got in the grind of all your emotional gears, demanding that you listen and telling you what to fear, huh? Bells cast by the media in mixture, from the chokehold on authoritative fixtures. In the ocean of the propaganda pictures, they can talk about discernment, but they never read the scriptures.
They come around, but they never come close.
Out of the mouth and my heart will speak, like drawn from the well, from the coffers of the deep. Sleep with the fishes like a vessel on the sea. Father, heap all the riches of the Gentiles on me. Keep with the lamb of the hour at hand. Speak with the power by the spirit in the promised land. Send a pillar of light to fight when you can. Make a complex from this reborn simple man. When the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black. The planets are as orphans. When the sign of the Lord it comes forth like a force from the east, and the wicked to their sorcery. When the stars fall down like the horsemen, angels burning all the carnal men and forcefully. Men alive, men of cloth, men of light, men of peace, men of order, follow with the men of Christ. Christ.
Country to save, American made, on the blood of our fathers in their tombs and their graves.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you were listening to Leland, then you know this. Operandi modus. Look around and notice. Dance like Otis, so we gather all the motors. Explosion system closures. Fall of the Gentiles, revealed vultures. Trampled rights, enslaving people. Look for the carcass and we'll find all the eagles. Ghost in the machine to animate all men. Host in the regime, a puppet of the strong man. Pope in the scheme like P2. London bridges built to fall, like the slaves in the street to the wolves on the wall. D with the C, be the army of them all, till the U and the N and the they get the call.
They come around, but they never come close.
Back to the future, we go back to the past. Like 10 degrees, the sun back in its tracks. Like 10 to lead the tribes north in the path. Like the Assyrians stopped by a fiery blast. Like 10 commandments on the tablet wrote. Like 10 the plagues that over Egypt broke. Like 10 the virgins in the parable spoke. Like a tenth the tithe to build the temple. When the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black. The planets are as orphans. When the sign of the Lord it comes forth like a force from the east, and the wicked to their sorcery. When the stars fall down like the horsemen, angels burning all the carnal men and forcefully. Men alive, men of cloth, men of light, men of peace, men of order, follow with the men of Christ. All right. Welcome. Testing. Sorry about that. If you guys were here at the very beginning. Little technical difficulty, didn't get my microphone turned on quite right, but should be good now. Let me just double check. All right, should be good. So welcome. This is just a research stream, very chill, laid back. If there's any music that I'll be playing, it'll probably be my own stuff because that's what I like, and it'll be like that. We'll just kind of have some run in the background here. I'll turn it down. But thank you for joining me. What we're going to do is I'm starting a new project beyond the Cosmism Manifesto. And the Cosmism Manifesto is what you can find all the links on the stream. I've got them in my info and everything. Just a series of essays I'm writing on Substack. I say this over and over again on the podcast, on my YouTube and stuff, but
just releasing each essay as I put them together, and it's just a compilation of all my notes about kind of my paradigm, my worldview, how I see things. But more than anything, it's how, to me, looking to the temple and symbolism and taking my covenant seriously and things led me to see this cosmic layer of the gospel. That might be a little too loud for my ears. I don't even know if you guys can hear it or not, but okay. So this cosmic layer of the gospel is kind of how I see things, and sharing it through a series of essays. And you're supposed to read them kind of in order. And they all begin on the assumption that you're already converted, that you're a member of the church, you believe in the restoration, and you read the scriptures daily, you pray. And it's another layer that has helped me to endure to the end, not just like clinging on to some stagnant, weather the storm and we just got to do this daily grind. Like for me, I see this stairway, this ladder, this ascension that's never ending. And no matter how fast or quick or awesome I think I am at running up it even, I can't see an end in sight. And to someone like me, that's a delight, But I think to a lot of people, it's a little daunting. It's a little too much. It's a little, why are you making it harder than it needs to be kind of thing. But to me, it's beautiful. And it's a mechanism, all of this, for how I can help myself control my thoughts. So the next part of this whole adventure for me, after I finish the Cosmism Manifesto, and I'm a few articles away from it, so this research stream at least won't be for that. I'm just trying to get my thoughts together for the next project, which will use the framework that I've developed through the Cosmism Manifesto, this eternal perspective. But we will look back at history, the conspiracy of history, right? And let me talk about that. So I think a good place to start might be with this thread from X. And this will just be a good reminder to me to get my thoughts back in the right place. And this is what I do. Like when I'm writing these things, I'll go back and watch videos over and over again that maybe I've seen a bunch, but I want to review. So here, I tweeted this a long time ago, way back in May. So in May, I made this little thread and I said, the prophets of our day have not minced words. The greatest threat to the church in the latter days is the godless conspiracy to strip the world of her freedoms and agency. The same premortal conflict carries on here. Communism and socialism are the weapons of this conspiracy. They're just vehicles of, we'd call them the deep state or the oligarchy or the secret combination behind them. They just use communism and socialism as a tool to transform governments and amalgamate them or bring them together within their kraken. So here's Ezra Taft Benson, and this is kind of one of our guiding rods for this whole next section adventure that I hope to take everyone on, or that I'm going to take, and I'm inviting others to join, is really what's going on. And before I play Ezra Taft Benson and what he said, and a big of the reason, I was showing this earlier if you were watching, and this is the timeline that we're going to be kind of helping to build. I started this just to map my own thoughts and get things in a proper, put the dots up on a map so that the connections, when you do draw them, become very obvious at that point. Like I have Ezra's Eagle prophecy laid out over here with all the feathers and things along a timeline with the restoration. And I was pointing to earlier that all of this comes to a head here at the latter days with an acceleration, a compression of events and leading up to the second coming. And the signal on the conference center here being established at 2,000 years after the advent of Christ and the day of the Gentiles, essentially the Roman split coming down here. Because look, I got it going all the way back to Babylon, and the vision of Daniel showing the transfer of divine kingship right going from Israel and, the three failed kings, and then they split into two. And then they fought amongst themselves and got captured by Assyria, and the 10 tribes were taken off. This was the scattering. All the scattering takes place, and then the Lord basically gives a time period over to the Gentiles to rule the world until a stone cut from without hands here. The very end will come down, be set up, established, and as all the nations fall and Zion comes down from heaven, that stone, it will connect with the latter-day church and kingdom that was set up and established. It's beautiful to look at too, just on the timeline, and then to look at everything else that has happened. So again, that's the utility for me of doing this, just personally, selfishly. That's why this works for me, is that like when you see all the history line up, like the different banking crises that went through the 1800s when the church was being established, and Joseph Smith's position on banking and finance and stuff, when you compare them to the times and you compare what he was saying with the same thing that level-headed patriots today are saying we should go back to Abraham Lincoln's ideas of certain economic principles, or just the American way of, not the imperial British way, but the American way of a constitution where all men are created equal and there's free economic opportunity with even our allies and even with those who would call themselves our enemies, that we would still be willing to work with them and not just push terror and war and rumors of wars and the strong arm of quote unquote democracy. Post World War II is what they call that, right? Using American military might to wield that club to the rest of the world, just so they can, again, huddle them all within their own little new world order. So I know I'm jumping all over the place. I'm doing the schizo thing, but this is the utility of it for me, is that when you see, it can be overwhelming when you start to jump around to all these different nodes if you don't know them. So this is kind of my own exercise of revisiting all of them, because these are names I'm sure everybody will remember. Like you talk about a Martin Luther in the Gutenberg Press, or jump down to Queen Victoria and the Victorian era. I'm sure that reads a bell. But then when you see it on a map and what it's compared, like what else is happening in the world, and then compare that to prophecy, and you overlay them all, it becomes a powerful tool to me of just, again, staying engaged with current events. And ultimately, I brought it up here and I didn't finish the thought because I was going to play Ezra Taft Benson. But ultimately, it's going to be a completion of this commandment that we'll read in section 88. And let's pull that up once at least, just to seek learning. I think it's in the 80s. It might be 80, 79 or 80. Let me pull up. I should memorize it. I think about it so much, and because it's in this context of this new project that I feel that my mind is moving towards. But yeah, here in 78 and 79, and this is the Lord giving us instructions of like what we should do in the temple and what the early school of the prophets did and things like that. But he says in 76, and also, I give unto you a commandment that ye shall continue in prayer and fasting from this time forth. And I give unto you a commandment that ye shall teach one another the doctrine of the kingdom. Teach ye diligently, and my grace shall attend you, that you may be instructed more perfectly in theory, in principle, in doctrine, in the law of the gospel, and all things that pertain unto the kingdom of God, that are expedient for you to understand. So he says, okay, you guys need to teach each other the doctrine and things. Hold on. Just checking to see if anybody would say hello in the chat or anything. And if you have any questions or want to talk about something specifically, like in chat, say it up, because this is why I'm doing this stream. I want to involve everybody too. But I'm just going to, if nobody says anything, I'm just going to do it as if you guys aren't here, I guess, but just talking out loud to myself. So he says, teach each other the doctrine, teach each other these principles that you're going to build your foundations of intellectualism on, right? And center them on the temple, on the Lord, the kingdom of God. And he says, now these are the things that are expedient for you to learn. So you should prioritize these things. Things of both in heaven and in earth and under the earth. Okay, so again, to me, that's like, okay, if we're studying cosmism and aware of that's a layer of things to understand and see how it fits within the kingdom of God, we're doing that. That's check good. Things which have been, I would call that history. Things which are, current events, and things which must shortly come to pass. Projections, forecasting, looking ahead, prophecy, these types of things. Things which are at home. So national news, local news, the neighborhood news, all of these things are kind of stuff that we're being told to stay abreast of, be aware of. Things which are abroad. So there's your global news. The wars and the perplexities of the nations, and the judgments which are on the land, and a knowledge also of countries and of kingdoms. So that's pretty exciting too, that we should study and it's expedient for us to understand the wars and the perplexities of the nations. And this is where I'm lifting that word perplexities for this whole next project that I want to do. Look, I've even got a cool little picture already drawn up for it. That'll be for when I start doing episodes, going through this timeline and connecting these dots and finding a way to present it. That's essentially what I want to do with that project, Perplexities. So you guys that are going to experience this stream or whatever, you're seeing my live action game planning for that. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be us all joining together in a journey of learning how all this stuff is connected and how prophecy is like an undergirding backbone, that if we stand on that rod, or if we hold to the rod of iron and we look at these things with that perspective, it all becomes like a connect the dots where you zoom out and you can see the image and you're not just looking at one portion. So that's the idea of this perplexities thing. It comes from this scripture. And then the Lord says, he's like, why is it expedient that you should understand these things? He says, that ye may be prepared in all things when I shall send you again to magnify the calling wherewith I have called you and the mission which I have commissioned you. Behold, I sent you out to testify and to warn the people, and it becometh every man who hath been warned to warn his neighbor. Therefore, they are left without excuse, and their sins are upon their own heads. He that seeketh me early shall find me, and he shall not be forsaken. So again, I see this effort of like, why does it matter to study geopolitics or this or that? Like, we're commanded to, guys. If we read the Doctrine and Covenants and don't just think, oh, these were commandments to the school of the prophets, they don't apply to me, we're missing the whole message of Nephi, of him saying, oh, I love Isaiah, and we're going to apply the scriptures to us because that's what you're supposed to do. That's how our prophecy works. And that's how the Lord gives us information. He's like, you guys, here's this example of this thing that happened. And then he's basically hinting, you should apply the principle that I'm teaching. You should apply the same understanding that I'm giving to wise men, right? And what does he say? He says it's expedient for us to understand these things. Why? Because if we want to be called, if we want to be prepared for what? For when he calls us unto something, a new mission where he will send us out again. Maybe this is the selection of the 144,000 at the after, around Adam and Diamond and all this, when you have protection across this American continent, across the New Jerusalem, as things really start to unravel and the Lord is returning. And all the world knows it, and they've gathered to fight him. And they're surrounding Jerusalem because they can't access the Americas, right? This might be that time when we might be sent out again to magnify the Lord's strange act and be called to go amongst nations and kingdoms and kings and into prisons and into the dens of lion to retrieve the faithful and bring them unto Zion, bring them into the cloud, right? Perhaps this might just be preparing us for service missions, for living in areas where these things are relevant, and us being aware of them make us better utensils, better tools in the hands of the Lord to be able to connect with other people who are experiencing the brunt of it, or who are confused by the propaganda of it, or who are distracted by the deception of it. Pause real quick. I got to turn the volume down. I was testing my stream on another laptop over here, so I'm boosting my numbers. That's no. Actually, scratch that. I didn't say that. I don't know how strict they are. Like, the AI is reading what I say, and they're going to turn me in. But one second. All right. Ben Blue Ranger, I see you there. Just soaking it in right now. Keep going. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, because otherwise I have no idea. People are like, what the heck? Okay, so that's the scripture, this section here. And in how I present it in my Perplexities series or whatever, I mean, here's the truth of it. I was in the temple reading this because it's been on my mind. And you get in the temple, and unless you have like a game plan to be like, I'm reading this scripture in the temple, I need to study this concept. For me, a lot of times I have other things that might be on my mind more present. Like, I've got employment questions right now. I'm looking for a new job, looking to change careers, switch things up. I'm looking to not be comfortable at the moment. And so I had a lot of questions like that on my mind, not so much specific scriptures. But what I did do was open up the scriptures and just said, like, what should I read? What should I read? Kind of flipped around for a minute, and then ended up thinking about this Perplexities thing again, opened up 88, and just started reading from the beginning. I wanted to get the context first. And I love this prophecy. It's the olive leaf prophecy, which is, if you're following along in my Cosmism Manifesto stuff, the Mount of Olives is a pretty critical point in talking about the glory of the Lord and its departure from Jerusalem in the days of Ezekiel, right, and his vision, seeing this whole thing take place, but his future restoration of it coming back in from the east, the same direction. And Christ, again, we'll get in this very next essay, in essay 18, where we go over the ministry of Christ. I have it noted out that this is a parallel that we will be highlighting, how Christ's return to Jerusalem and his final crucifixion and the sacrifice therein, it was coming in the very same way the glory had left before them, coming into Jerusalem. So there's so much symbolism there. And it was on the Mount of Olives as well, that, or in that general vicinity, that he gave his apostles and his disciples a glimpse into the second coming, when he would come again as the Messiah, as the King of Kings, right? And when the earth would be transfigured, as Peter, James, and John saw on the Mount of Transfiguration. All of these things pertaining to our dispensation and the wrapping up of all things and the dawning of literally a new age, a golden age, except a golden age of the true Lord, not a manufactured golden age by subverters, Nimrods, right? And that's exactly what we have going on and what we're battling in a mystery Babylon, or secret combinations amongst the Gentiles in our day. So this olive leaf just it being named that, plucked from the tree of paradise. Again, this is all temple language. It's all temple language, again, pointing me directly to the Christ himself, the ultimate temple, but his second coming, the leaf falling, the leaf coming, the harvest, all of it. So it's just beautiful to me. I'm going to have to flesh those thoughts out more, especially after I write the next Cosmism Manifesto, the Scriptures in the Electric Universe issue. That one's going to be beast. It's going to be awesome. I was hoping to get it done before Christmas, but with all these other things that are on my mind and going on right now in my life, I'm not going to rush it. I think it would be sloppy, and so I'm just going to release it when I release it, like I have been doing, because that's been working, and I can feel the fruits in myself, so it's cool. All right. Ben Blue Rancher, honestly, this reminds me of a common dream that I've heard the elders going back on their missions, but being older in life. And these dreams happen 10 to 15 years after their actual mission. Yes, actually, I've heard a lot of this. This is kind of Mormon folklore as well, or folklore amongst Latter-day Saints. They've had dreams. I have a friend who has a dream kind of like this, where he's walking to Missouri or somewhere with his family, and his children, before they were even born, he saw them at certain ages, and right now his children are approaching those ages, and it's kind of freaked him out. Not freaked him out, but like it's been impactful in the same type of way that you're describing, where people are talking about going on other missions. Well, and just think about the what's happening in the church now in terms of single men and stuff being able to go on different types of missions or service missions and stuff. Like, how more capable would you be 20 years after your mission, after, everything you've learned, the ups and downs, the highs, the lows, the transformation of heart that you've experienced, to go back out and to be able to do it again? Man, it would be amazing, right? And think of if you had taken sections 88 seriously and all your days up until your next calling, right? And up until your next extension and service, your ministry, that you were studying these things that the Lord told you. And then in the moment, you were placed in positions to be able to make an impact positively on many people, right? Bring them to the Lord. That's the idea that I see in this. And it's not just this zealous, everything's a conspiracy and we got to see it and the church is wrong. Not at all. Not at all. Al contrario. It's something totally different for me, in that this, again, bolsters my faith. Again, and it's because we're looking at it from the right perspective, which I go over extensively in the Cosmism Manifesto, like before we get into cosmic stuff and talking about Kolob and its relationship to the planet Saturn and things like that anciently, that you have to have a proper foundation. You've got to be established upon the doctrine of Christ, faith, repentance, tasting of the gifts of the Spirit, especially the companionship of the Holy Ghost, having little miracles, and like Alma or Nephi and Lehi, experiencing revelations daily. The prophet has exhorted us all to grow into the principle of revelation. Not just Joseph Smith, but President Nelson has renewed that call. As soon as he took ministry, that was his call. Get yourself some revelation, right? Get yourself the companionship of the Spirit. So, okay, that's the scripture. But it's awesome to me. Maybe I want to read it. I'm going to read it just because I was reading it earlier. I just want to complete this circle for now. But hold on, you had some other comments I wanted to read. Blue Ranger. I know I've had that dream before. It says, going back to Eastern Europe, by the way. You can just say Ben. Okay, Ben. Oh, Ben. Ben Giles. Awesome, man. Thanks for joining me for a bit. And I'm going to do this until I get tired or until something interrupts me, but house is at peace and serene at the moment, so let's pray it stays that way. Okay. So here's this, and you know what? At another time, I would like to read the context, maybe get out my Doctrine and Covenants in context and study that as well, just to refresh and see that again. But I just want to read it as it is. This is Doctrine and Covenants 88, starting with verse 1. Verily, thus saith the Lord unto you who have assembled yourselves together to receive his will concerning you. Behold, this is pleasing unto your Lord, and the angels rejoice over you. The alms of your prayers, and let's just remind ourselves what alms means. I think it's offerings, right? Hold up. Why won't my scripture reference pop up? There we go. It just delayed. Yeah, almsgiving, prayer. Okay. So, offerings, that's kind of how I see it. The alms of your prayers have come up into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth, and are recorded in the book of the names of the sanctified. And I see Sabaoth, and I'm immediately, again, thinking of like the Sabbath, the Passover. He's talking about the Lord of heaven and earth, like the one with power that shook the earth, to shake the earth when he speaks, the one that the sons of Mosiah recognized in the voice of the angel, that kind of power. Let's see, verse 3. Wherefore I now send upon you another comforter, even upon you, my friends, that it may abide in your hearts, even the Holy Spirit of promise, which other comforter is the same that I promised unto my disciples, as it is recorded in the testimony of John. This comforter is the promise which I give unto you of eternal life and the glory of the celestial kingdom. So he's talking about the second comforter, right? Another comforter. And it's kind of the reverse of how he spoke to the disciples when he was with them personally, face to face, and said, I will send you the comforter. It's backwards here for us, is that we have the gift of the Holy Ghost, and yet the presence and physical manifestation, the face-to-face conversation, the breaking of the veil with the Lord is the second comforter, the second half of that. And it's like a little chiasmus in that regard of his first coming and to his second coming. That's the way I see it. So he's talking about, to me, this is Whitestone doctrine already. He's talking about resurrection stuff. He's talking about not just resurrection, but like translation and second comforter, having your eternal life, your calling and election made sure, talking about glory of the celestial kingdom. So he's already got elevated vision as soon as he says, greetings. Verse 5, he's talking about the glory of the celestial kingdom. And keep in mind, this is the same glory that the current prophet is emphasizing in his last talk twice, and with the selection of him he chose at the end there, from Handel's Messiah, talking about glory, right? The glory of the Lord. And again, having it played at this recent Christmas address just last weekend. So again, this is a point of emphasis. So when this word glory comes up and the returning of the glory and things, to me, it's highlighted extra because of the language and disposition of our current prophet. So, and I just studied it all with Ezekiel and put it out in there as well, like pulling that together as President Nelson started. Like, it was just amazing to me. When President Nelson gave his talk, and I was like, this is the very stuff that I'm studying right now myself, and it's amazing. So God is good. Okay, so it says, which glory is that of the church of the firstborn, even of God, the holiest of all, through Jesus Christ his Son. He that ascended up on high, as also he descended below all things, in that he comprehended all things, that he might be in all things and through all things, the light of truth. Now I love this, and I've read this before in my manifesto too, in terms of our worldview and how we see light as the motive force of everything. And I see this whole next section where I've highlighted in yellow light a bunch, where it's talking about that. He's saying this is the glory. He just brought up your second comforter and seeing Christ face to face and even having his glory rest upon you. And later on, he gives a parable of the Lord who visits different sections of his vineyard or kingdoms, and he abides with them for a time, and that his glory may be with them. And I think of this in an electrical kind of way, that he's bringing his charge to come charge us up, like one at a time. Just like he touched the stones of the brother of Jared, one at a time with his finger. That's his visit, his second comforting ministry here before the second coming. And also, I believe during the millennium, as he will govern and minister upon the earth, and he can appear to whoever he wants. So I think it's beautiful, and I think it's consistent with how it's presented here. So he's talking about, here you go, second comforter, seeing the glory, participating in the fellowship, brotherhood of Christ himself, the bread of life, having that hidden manna. So he says, so which glory is that of the church of the firstborn? He ascended up. So he's talking about Jesus. That glory it's from him. It's emanating from him. And it says he's the light of truth. Now he says, which truth shineth. There we have another light word, shineth. So now he's going to transition from talking about Jesus and his glory to light and Jesus, because it's the same thing. He's just drawing these parallel lines, dragging us through it here. Which truth shineth. This is the light of Christ, as also he is in the sun, and the light of the sun, and the power thereof by which it was made. Again, a major topic in my cosmology musings. But as he also is in the moon, and the light of the moon, and the power thereof by which it is made. So not just the light and the shining, but the very power and ability for it to do things. Is electric, it's light. It is the light of Christ is giving that power. As also the light of the stars, and the power thereof by which they were made. And the earth also, and the power thereof, even the earth upon which you stand. So to me, I see all of this as the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, they're all electric. Like, they're all driven by light. They're all powered by light. And the light which shineth, which giveth you light, is through him who enlighteneth your eyes. So he keeps bringing it down. This cosmic light that we're talking about, it's the same light that gives you life and gives you understanding and lets you know about Jesus and God and everything that is good, which is the same light that quickeneth your understandings. I just want to click on that now. Let's see. I don't know why these are loading so slow for me. I have a note here that I wrote myself back in 2022, just on this scripture, this verse 11. And the light which shineth, which giveth you light, is through him who enlighteneth your eyes. So you have a lot of light there. I'm going to say that again. And the light which shineth, which giveth you light, is through him who enlighteneth your eyes, which is the same light that quickeneth your understanding. So here's a new word that means light to us. And it's going to be quickened. You're going to see this all throughout the scriptures. And its association to light and different types of altered bodies is going to be prevalent. Every time you see the word quick, the Lord of the quick, they're talking about resurrection. They're talking about light. They're talking about the end vision. Lord of the quick might be the translated beings, right? Zion itself. The Lord of the quick are those who are and full of the Spirit of God, right? Those are the quickened. Those are those like Joseph Smith when he rebuked the foul-mouthed jailers, right? And stood like with the countenance of a lion glowing before them, right? Or Moses coming down from the mountain, quickened. He was shining, his face and countenance, right? So this is, to me, another word that's associated with this same theme going on here, which is what? Glory, light, Jesus, power. Which light proceedeth, oh wait, let me get the note that I had on that. That quickeneth, same light that quickeneth your understanding. So back in 2022, I said electricity and spirit. Again, think Birkeland currents and the electrical nature of stars, planets, and creation. So again, I say Birkeland currents because that's the structure we're seeing, the filamentary structure we're seeing that is connecting all things. Everything is interconnected. The stars aren't out on islands disconnected from things. They're all connected by plasma filaments called Birkeland currents, and they do transfer energy and power and light back and forth. And so if Christ is the power behind those Birkeland currents, you can see how everything's connected through and in and by and of him. It's all connected. It's a fractal that he can be anywhere, essentially, is the way I see it. Like he can travel like fiber optics as quick as he wants using light, whether it's, through plasma or quantum physics or principles that we don't quite understand. Light is something that is the redheaded stepchild of cosmology and astrophysics at the moment. They don't want to admit that electricity and plasma and these things answer all their questions that they've attributed to dark matter and dark energy and black holes and Big Bang and there's no God. And they want to remove Jesus Christ from the very motive forces of the things that they claim to be experts of. And then it becomes very apparent as those things change rapidly, which is what the prophesied signs of the end times will be. Yet again, another star. As we approach Christmas, keep that in mind, that the sign to all and even the wise men who followed it was a star, something cosmic, a passover, a comet, something passing over. And it'll be the same at his second coming, that it'll be cosmic and it's going to have these scientists, quote unquote, experts, quote unquote, a little baffled. So let's see, I'm going to continue, but... And Ben says, that's interesting. Quick etymology is defined as living, animate, presence of life, living persons, come to life, receive life, give life. That's, I think, quickening, maybe that's what you're getting at. And yeah, to me, that's this a buzzword that when I see this, immediately in my mind, it's triggered to eyes to see, ears to hear type, higher resurrection translation type doctrines, like Zion doctrines. Celestial kingdom, celestial glory doctrines, as it goes back here. Now, verse 12. Which light proceedeth forth from the presence of God to fill the immensity of space. This, again, to me, is more evidence of an interconnected plasma universe where everything is floating in plasma, which is electrically, so everything has a charge. This is something they denied and that Velikovsky was laughed at essentially for, but then proven correct when they send out Voyager and some of these early satellites, and they noticed that there was an interplanetary electric, there's magnetic field, interplanetary magnetic fields, which means there must be electric current. Well, if we're swimming in plasma, then it makes sense. And that's this idea to me, which light proceedeth forth from the presence of God to fill the immensity of space. 13, the light which is in all things, which giveth life to all things. And there goes to Ben's definition there of quickening, livening, animate, presence, life. And quick as well, it reminds me of not just light, but wind, which is the breath of life, also another critical component of life, right? Where you have movement or wind or motion given and light at the same time. So I think there's a tie in there or a parallel that could be fleshed out. I just thought of that. The light which is in all things, which giveth life to all things, which is the law by which all things are governed. Again, just showing that electricity, in my mind, is the governing force of all things, electromagnetism, light. Even the power of God, who sitteth upon the throne, which makes sense. We use electricity for not just light, but for power, right? Like it's this same concept. So it's intuitive. Who is in the bosom of eternity? So God sitteth upon his throne, who is in the bosom of eternity. And I love this bosom phrase because, again, it's heartstone doctrine to me. This is not just talking about the center of the universe and galaxy and everybody wants to point to where they think that might be or something. But this to me is heartstone doctrine, talking about wrapping it back to the same theme he started with, the glory of the celestial kingdom, right? This is the bosom of heaven. This is the bosom of eternity. That's where you have white stone celestial hearts where progeny is continued forevermore. Like that to me is kind of that. So yeah, the bosom of eternity too. When I hear bosom, I think of Zion. I think of wherever Christ is, right? Who is in the midst of all things, right? Which is funny language, and I'm thinking of other scriptures where the Lord says here in these latter days that he will be in the midst of us, and we will not know it sometimes, right? That the bosom of eternity might already be approaching, might be encroaching, and it will just take the veil bursting for us to realize how close it is. So verse 14, now verily, I say unto you that through the redemption which was made for you is brought to pass the resurrection from the dead. Okay, so this is he's supporting my idea here. We're talking about light. He started it with the glory of God and talking about the second comforter and resurrection. He's already got us on that elevated plane, and he just flat out states it here, verse 14. Now we're talking about resurrection. 15, and the spirit and the body are the soul of man, and the resurrection from the dead is the redemption of the soul. So he's like, resurrection is, that's it, man. Like we will be resurrected, and that will be your redemption. The body type that you get after that matters, is kind of what I see this saying. Like, listen, pay attention. Verse 17, and the redemption of the soul is through him that quickeneth all things. There we have that quicken, that light word again. In whose bosom, there I have it underlined, it is decreed that the poor and the meek of the earth shall inherit it. And again, this goes back to the White Stone essay, and I just can't stop thinking about it throughout all of this because this is celestial language, this is Zion language, and resurrection language. And he's saying the poor and the meek shall inherit the earth. But through the Beatitudes, it's always the pure in heart shall see God. And who are the pure in heart but the poor and the meek of the earth, right? They're the ones with pure hearts who truly pour out their soul and give their widow's mite. They're the ones that see and are quickened. Therefore, it must needs be sanctified. So wait, we're talking about the earth needs to be sanctified too, because it says the poor and the meek will inherit the earth. Therefore, it must needs be sanctified from all unrighteousness, that it may be prepared for the celestial glory. So now he brings in the planet. This is more Whitestone to me. He's talking about bosom of the poor and the meek who will be resurrected, the redeemed will inherit the earth, and the earth as well shall be redeemed and prepared for that same type of glory. 19, for after it hath filled the measure of its creation, it shall be crowned with glory. There's that glory again, the light, even with the presence of God the Father, that bodies who are of the celestial kingdom may possess it forever and ever. That's us. Okay, and this also implies that if the earth is destined for celestial glory and to be possessed or inherited by celestial bodies, that those who have bodies of a different order, telestial, terrestrial, in the resurrection, must needs reside in a different planet, a different kingdom having been prepared unto a different glory. For they can't abide on the same planet, in the same glory, in the same kingdom. For we're going to see here in this section that planets and stars and earth are compared in his parable to kingdoms, literally. And if we're going to apply the same lessons from the New Testament and Paul about in the Corinthians about resurrection and the bodies of glory and their comparisons to different heavenly bodies, well, then we should take this idea that there are different planets that are going to be assigned for different bodies, literally, and their mobility between them will be what is damned or unburdened, essentially, through celestial glory and gated through others. But everyone will receive a glory is what we'll see here. So let's continue. So he's talking about the earth will be sanctified, just the same. 21, and they who are not sanctified through the law, which I have given unto you, even the law of Christ, must inherit another kingdom. So there we have it. Even that of a terrestrial kingdom or that of a celestial kingdom. 22, for he who is not able to abide the law of a celestial kingdom cannot abide a celestial glory. So again, going back to what I said, I guess I'm repeating myself because maybe I read this a while ago. 23, and he who cannot abide the law of the terrestrial kingdom cannot abide the terrestrial glory. And he who cannot abide a law of the telestial kingdom cannot abide the telestial glory. Therefore, he is not meet for a kingdom of glory. Therefore, he must abide a kingdom which is not a kingdom of glory. So we're talking about, those are the outer darkness fools, right? And again, verily I say unto you, the earth abideth the law of a celestial kingdom, for it filleth the measure of its creation, right? Wherefore it shall be sanctified, yea, notwithstanding it shall die. So you're talking about resurrection and quickening again by light. This is all consistent in my mind, where he's just layering it on intentionally, like mixing it all together. And so they're not a bunch of different topics. He's just jumping one to the other. He's talking about the same thing throughout all of it. Wherefore it shall be sanctified, yea, notwithstanding it shall die. It shall be quickened again, and shall abide the power by which it is quickened, and the righteous shall inherit it. For notwithstanding they die, they also shall rise again, a spiritual body. So there's that transition from the Adam body, who was born spiritual, to a heavenly Father in a celestial state, and then fell, made mortal, made carnal. And then you had the Savior, the other Son of God, the only begotten in the carnal, in the flesh, but then given and having the power to raise himself unto a spiritual body again. Therefore, all of us who had fallen through Adam, from that fall from the spiritual to the carnal, could now have a pathway and a ladder and a rope and sometimes a wheelchair is what I feel like I need back to a spiritual body, to a spiritual state, to the celestial kingdom where we all came from. 28. They who are of a celestial spirit shall receive the same body which was a natural body. Even ye shall receive your bodies, and your glory shall be that glory by which your bodies are quickened. So he's saying you live the law, you get the light you get. This is the law of the harvest in the resurrection. You live, you earn the law, you live. And this is what Dallin H. Oaks and recent presidents, like the presidents of the church right now, are talking about, this type of doctrine about eternity is important, you my friends. Like, it determines what type of body you will have forever after this. Like, this is fundamental. Verse 30. And they who are quickened by a portion of the terrestrial glory shall then receive of the same, even a fullness. And then they are quickened by a portion of the celestial glory shall then receive of the same, even a fullness. And they who remain shall also be quickened. Nevertheless, they shall... So he's talking about everybody's going to be resurrected. They will be filled with some measure of light, though it might not be a glory to the extent that, is recognizable by the highest. And also they who are quickened by a portion of the telestial... Oh, wait, I read that. It says here, and they who remain shall also be quickened. Nevertheless, they shall return again to their own place, to enjoy that which they are willing to receive, because they are not willing to enjoy that which they might have received. And the word willing here is important to me, because this is agency. They chose this path. They were given every opportunity to choose the path of the rope, the wheelchair of righteousness, to go back, and they didn't. They were only willing to receive that level of glory, that upon the spectrum of light that they chose and desired and wanted. And in the eternity, to some extent, that's the happiness that they chose. That's the level of happiness and joy that they chose. God gives it to them. Verse 33. Dun, dun, dun. For what doth it profit a man if a gift is bestowed upon him and he receive not a gift? Behold, he rejoices not in that gift which is given unto him, neither rejoices in him who is the giver of the gift. And there's the rebuke for those who are unwilling to receive what? A gift. God is saying here, in this temporal period of probation, where you will go down and take upon you fleshy, bloody heart, and you will be commanded to be obedient unto me and to break that heart. And I will put my spirit inside of you to guide you step by step if you would do it. If you would have faith in me that this is a test and that I am with you and that I am here. Right? And he says, that's a gift. He says, no matter what you were like before in your first estate, if you perform this obedience, if you do these things, if you are obedient in all that you are commanded, you have the opportunity to receive the ultimate gift, which is to be co-heirs with the Son of God, with the right hand of God, the Father, the highest of highest, the smartest of all combined, the most powerful of all of the children of God, even Jesus Christ, the anointed, the Messiah. You have the ability to receive the same gifts and inheritance as he does. That's the gift being offered. And so this verse 33 hits heavy with that context really looming. Let me read it again. For what doth it profit a man if a gift is bestowed upon him, and he receive it not the gift? Behold, he rejoices not in that which is given unto him, neither rejoices in him who is the giver of the gift. And this is, to me, again, a direct parallel to what is the first principle of the gospel of receiving this gift, but to have faith in the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So that's who they're referring to. That's the man, that's the mediator, that's the means by which the atonement is made possible. He is the gift, and to receive it not is to reject him. Verse 34. And again, verily I say unto you, that which is governed by law. So here we're still talking about being governed, right? We were talking about light before and the planets all being governed. And now we're talking about human beings and their bodies and their minds, right? Their brains, the synapses, the electrical discharges going on, communicating to the rest of their body through nerves, which is light communication, right? That we're right back at it, governed. So again, and again, verily I say unto you, that which is governed by law or glory, because that's what we're talking about. The law you live turns into the glory you receive. So, and again, verily I say unto you, that which is governed by law is also preserved by law, and perfected and sanctified by the same. Again, all the more reason for us to seek unto the celestial law. And that's what the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issues and offers and commands. That is the voice coming out of the prophets from the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's saying, here is how you receive the law, the true law. Verse 35, that which breaketh a law and abideth not a law, but seeketh to become a law unto itself, and willeth to abide in sin, and altogether abideth in sin, cannot be sanctified by law, neither by mercy, justice, nor judgment. Therefore, they must remain filthy still. So, again, becoming a law unto yourself, this is the ultimate. It's like you don't want to play the program, you don't want to choose the program, well then, guess what? You're going to stay filthy. There's no way to clean you. You've chosen that path. You want to be rebellious, Satan? Be rebellious. Good luck. See you never. All kingdoms have a law given. All of them. And there are many kingdoms, for there is no space in which there is no kingdom. And there is no kingdom in which there is no space, either a greater or a lesser kingdom. I believe we're talking about planets and not, or bigger or less, or anything, or suns or and their planets, or stars and their superclusters, or whatever it is. And unto every kingdom is given a law. And unto every law there are certain bounds also and conditions. All beings who abide not those conditions are not justified. And justified, think of justified as righteous. It's the same word, right, upright, justified. Just is upright. They're not in alignment with the laws of the universe, the laws of light and goodness and growth and life. 40, for intelligence cleaveth unto intelligence. And I love that word cleave. Especially here in this context of light, electromagnetism, magnets of attraction, of light, like likeness. That's exactly what this is. Images. We are in the image of Christ, created after his likeness. But this is all a manifestation of light and cleaving. That word is used in terms of light manifestations throughout the scriptures. Think of flaming tongues of cloven fire, right? The cloven hooves of sacrificial lambs and things are the same manifestation of cloven tongues of fire that you see. It's a Y shape, cleaving together, coming together at a point. Two separate lines coming together like that. That's cleaving. So you have this joining together of like forces, like colors, like lights. For intelligence cleaveth unto intelligence. Wisdom receiveth wisdom. Truth embraceth truth. Virtue loveth virtue. Light cleaveth unto light. So there it is. It's just like coming back around full circle. All these things are the same. All these things are justified, upright. Mercy hath compassion on mercy and claimeth her own. Justice continueth its course and claimeth its own. Judgment goeth forth before the face of him. These are the weightier matters of the law, my friends. Judgment, justice, mercy, light, intelligence, wisdom, truth, virtue, charity, all of it. This is deep doctrine here. This is beautiful to me. So this is he's describing celestial law in action, kingship in action. This is how God of all things governs in perfectness, is that he has a masterclass expertise in these things. Now, justice continueth in its course, blah, blah, blah. The face of him who sitteth upon the throne and governeth and executeth all things. So once again, we've got the governing personified in an eternal man, in the Father of heaven, in Jesus Christ, his avatar, right? Like it's the same, to me, parallel. He's talking about resurrection and planets and stars and kingdoms. And now he's talking about the king. Now he's talking about the ultimate governing force sits upon that throne. He comprehendeth all things. And comprehend to me is a curious word in terms of a light cosmology like I have, because to comprehend something is to see something and to understand it, to be able to, in my mind, re-image it, to reproduce it to someone. If you comprehend something, you can teach it to someone, right? Not just teach it to someone. You could show it to them. You could build it for them. You could draw it for them. You could project it from your imagination to them in your speech, in your gifts, in anything it might be. You comprehend it. You own it, essentially, right? And so there's a lot of Passover and crossover with, again, the same principle of light that we see consistent throughout all of the scriptures here so far. And all things are before him, and all things are round about him, like that roundabout, circumscribing type language. It's, again, rotating force of a Birkeland current, electrical current, a circuit, that type of idea, the Saturnian rings around the rosy. And he is he is above all things and in all things. He is through all things and is round about all things. So there's a repeating of it because he's going outward now. He is in all things. He is out, like he's connected to all things again. And all things are by him and of him, even God forever and ever. And again, verily I say unto you, he hath given a law unto all things, by which they move in their times and seasons. And their courses are fixed, even the courses of the heavens and the earth, which comprehend the earth and all the planets. Here, I love what I just said about comprehend. Think of it in light, in a light cosmology, where you have the planets and stars and the earth and being described in the same comprehension, that they comprehend each other, that they're connected, in the same waters, in the same space, plasma. And again, verily I say unto you, he hath given a law unto all things, by which they move in their times and their seasons. So he's transitioning once back to the planets. And he's talking about them in their course. They're fixed. And in verse 44, he says, and they give light to each other in their times and in their seasons. I love this in terms of, if you've been following again in the Cosmism Manifesto and in some of the ancient tradition, that there are times called solar ages, which are parallel in name to planetary ages, where it is said that through great catastrophe, the earth was renewed or died and reborn. There was a creation again, and every time it was initiated by a new planet who came in and gave light to the earth and was considered the sun. This is where you would have Venus worshipped as the sun during certain epochs as it was passing over closest to the earth and causing conflagration or lighting it up with fire, pillars of fire and explosions and Birkeland currents and double layers of plasma, manifesting as lightning in the sky, tall as men, tall as figures, looking like angels walking along the land. These types of catastrophes happened over and over again. And that's what I document in our Scrub of the Scriptures and in Electric Paradigm, is that this catastrophism, this witness of the ancients, it all supports the revelations from God and his language in prophecy, like we're reading here. So, and they give light to each other in their times and in their seasons, in their minutes, in their hours, in their days, in their weeks, in their months, in their years. And these are 1 year with God, but not with man. So he is talking about the revolutions and how they give time and light and seasons and day and night and all of the relationships that they do have. So it's not just the catastrophic interpretation that I glean from it, but obviously he's talking about our conditions now as the sun is our clock, giving us our time. The fact that our orbit is the way that it is the whole reason that we have a 24-hour clock at all. Think of other planets, for example, if they were in a polar configuration, rotating in an alignment that is different than what we experience now, vertically across the poles, where you would look up and always see these planets in the north. Well, then night and day might be different depending on our exterior conditions. And that's kind of the idea of the heavens rolling up as a scroll and these things coming back and night and day being ended, because a new configuration of heaven and earth will permit constant light always. That's the celestial glory coming to the earth to light it up, to sanctify it, to purge it of those who aren't worthy. And then we get into this very language right here in verse 45. The earth rolls upon her wings. And again, I'm sorry, this is for me, heavy evidence to disregard the flat earth ideas and the inception that's being permeating all over, like truther communities and conspiracy communities. It's a definite psyop to me, given a framework that is consistently built upon the rock, upon revelation, upon the things that are in the scriptures like this, that the earth rolls upon her wings. And the sun giveth his light by day, and the moon giveth her light by night. And the stars also give their light as they roll upon their wings in their glory, in the midst of the power of God. All the ancients as well, their witness, they knew that the planets were round, and they knew the earth was the same shape. It wasn't until things were totally obscured by dark forces in dark ages who had rejected the very God of creation that all of a sudden you have a confusion and then a inebriating. They're drunk on their own renaissance, their own illumination out of their own dark age, right? They're sniffing their own stuff, They're high on their own supply, and it's nothing like the catastrophes and the revelations of God that have previously shaken the earth. But they're returning. This is the witness in Doctrine and Covenants as well. That, oh guys, I sent Joseph Smith before the fire. It's coming, guys. 46. Unto what shall I liken these kingdoms that you may understand? Okay, so now he's like, I got to parabolize these things so that you understand what I'm talking about with these planets and with these kingdoms and with resurrection. These are the themes he's talking about with paradise. Behold, all these are kingdoms, and any man who hath seen any or least of these hath seen God moving in his majesty and power. So this supports my earlier statement when I was saying that the planets and being sent to different glory precludes those of terrestrial and celestial glory living here on the same earth. They will have to live on another kingdom, another planet, because the earth is going to abide and receive a celestial glory that they cannot abide. So they must be removed. They must go somewhere else. And this, to me, plays into the scriptures, too, of those, only being able to be visited by Christ, those of terrestrial glory. They can't come to visit other beings of celestial glory. They don't have the body type, the power. They don't have the hardware. They won't. They've chosen lesser gifts. And so he's like, let me make this a parable for you guys. He's like, when you look up at the stars and you see these planets moving, you've seen my kingdoms in their glory. You've seen me moving in my power. They're moved by this light, this electricity. That's me in my majesty, my power. I'm the one controlling that. That's how I read this. Verse 48, and I say unto you, he hath seen him. Nevertheless, he who came unto his own was not comprehended. They didn't recognize the light in him, that he was the source, that he was the Alpha and the Omega, and they made a mockery by crucifying him. That cross, even that crucifix form, as we've discovered in my symbolism and look at my cosmic net on things, that's a direct it's a direct reference to the God of heaven and light and fire from heaven. Jehovah, right? Baal is what or the Romans would call Mars, and it was Christ all along. 49. The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. Nevertheless, the day shall come when you shall comprehend even God, being quickened in him and by him. So here's the caveat in this, that a day will come when we will comprehend him. We will see the light in him. Why? Because we will be quickened. We will have light in us, from him, by him, to connect with him. We tap into the same internet of light of eternity, essentially. We get a plug in. That's what a translation is. That's what being caught up into the cloud, in my mind, is at his second coming, is that we have lived a law worthy to tap into the power that is coming upon the earth, and that it elevates our bodies instead of withering them, burning them, scorching them. 50. Then shall ye know that ye have seen me, that I am the true light that is in you, and that you are in me. Otherwise, you could not abound. So he's like, once you're elevated to see me as I am, you'll know that the power elevating you is that the very power of everything. That is me. He's like, you won't, like Moses coming out of transfiguration and having Satan come to him as an angel of light, right? A certain spectrum of light, but nothing in comparison to the light of celestial glory, the light of the source, the light that drains men to fall down upon their faces and knees after having but a glimpse at his throne or at his finger. Okay, verse 51. Behold, I will liken these kingdoms unto a man having a field, and he sent forth his servants unto a field to dig the field. So this is the comparison that I was talking about, the parable that he puts, and it's all in purple here. So keep that in mind. This parable is going to be, like he said here, he's like, how can I tell you guys how to understand what I'm talking about up here? This resurrection of men and of planets, kingdoms and of kings, or scum, darkness, and those unwilling to take the gift, is what he's saying. Now, he's like, all right, here, let me give you a parable. Behold, I will liken these kingdoms unto a man having a field, a vineyard. He sent forth his servants into the field to dig in the field. And he said unto the first, Go ye and labor in the field, and the first hour I will come unto you, and ye shall behold the joy of my countenance. Oh my goodness. When I hear countenance and shining, I think of Moses. I think of transfiguration. I think of Jesus. I think of 3rd Nephi when he comes and his countenance shines upon them and his very clothes glow, right? And this is what he's talking about. He's saying, I'm going to come to you in the first hour and you shall behold, to see, Beholding is to see the joy of my countenance. So my presence I will bring to you, and you will be filled with it. Just like he said here. He's like, the day will come when you shall comprehend God and be quickened in him and by him, that you're going to feel that power running through your body, pumping your heart instead of the blood that corrupts you now. An everlasting light will run through you, course through your body, through your veins, through your senses, through your mind, and you'll receive knowledge that God is real from every nerve center on your skin. Verse 58, he says, and he said unto the second, go ye also into the field, and in the second hour I will visit you with the joy of my countenance. So again, he's promising the second hour labor is the same. And also unto the third, saying, I will visit you. And unto the fourth, and so on unto the 12th. And the Lord of the field went unto the first in the first hour, and tarried with him all that hour. And he was made glad with the light of the countenance of his Lord. So now they even add the word light into the countenance situation here. So it's not me just stretching it from joy, right? But light here is directly replacing it, joy. And then he withdrew from the first, that he might visit the second also, and the third, and the fourth, and so on unto the 12th. And thus they all received the light of the countenance of their Lord, every man in his hour, and in his time, and in his season. Just makes me think here there's 12 of them, so you've got obvious. This, to me, it's already in line with being a cosmic parable as well as a personal parable, or a tribal parable with the 12 tribes, or an apostolic parable with the 12 apostles, or current church, divided into 12 sections, or it could be 12, lots of things. It's a dividing number. It's a building number. It could be time and the planets and 12 hours of the day, or of light, or of dark, or there's just so many ways you can use 12 to try and extract useful meaning, right? So I'm thinking of that as I'm reading these, but we'll read on and carry on. Beginning at the first, and so on unto the last, and from the last to the first, and from the first to the last. So he goes back to and forth them. Every man in his own order, until his hour was finished, even according to his Lord had commanded him, that his Lord might be glorified in him, and he in his Lord, and that they might all be glorified. Therefore, unto this parable I will liken these kingdoms, and the inhabitants thereof. So he's talking about the worlds he was talking about that receive glory, and the resurrected people who receive either celestial, telestial, terrestrial glories. That's what he's talking about. That everybody's going to be resurrected or established, built up in their own time. Every kingdom in its hour, and in its time, and in its season, even according to the decree which God hath made. And in a bigger picture, you see this happening, that like, this is my work and my glory, to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man. Well, he's constantly doing this always. Every man in his own season, in his own time. He's coming to shine upon them with his light and glory, and bring about the resurrection. And again, verily I say unto you, my friends, I leave these sayings with you to ponder in your hearts. Interesting. No. I love that. With this commandment which I give unto you, that ye shall call upon me while I am near. Draw near unto me, and I will draw near unto you. Seek me diligently, and ye shall find me. Ask, and ye shall receive. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Whatsoever ye ask in the Father in my name, ask the Father in my name, it shall be given unto you. That is expedient for you. And if ye ask anything that is not expedient for you, it shall turn unto your condemnation. So here he's now telling everybody, after giving the parable and kind of laying it out plain, he's talking about resurrection. He's talking about make your calling and election sure. Seek the face of the Lord. Seek the glory of a celestial glory. This is the message of our prophet today when he's saying, think celestial, right? Elevate your vision to the celestial. He says, behold, that which you hear is as the voice of one crying in the wilderness. In the wilderness, because you cannot see him. My voice, because my voice is spirit. My spirit is truth. Truth abideth and hath no end. And again, I have these underlined because sound is along the electromagnetic spectrum. So again, to me, it's a function of light. It's he's using similar language all within this. Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay, let's see. My voice, because my voice is spirit, and my spirit is truth. The truth abideth and hath no end. And if it be in you, it shall abound. Remember what else is in us? Like light, joy. When we comprehend him, it'll be in us and from him. This is the same language. So his word, his voice being in us will bring out his spirit, and his spirit is the spirit of truth, and truth abideth in it. So to me, it's repetitive, but just bringing in other languages or other words that we can stack onto the same meaning, the same glory, the same celestial truth that we're looking at. thinking celestial. 67. And if your eye be single to my glory, your whole bodies shall be filled with light, and there shall be no darkness in you. And that body which is filled with light comprehendeth all things. My goodness, my friends, this is exactly what we're building up to. And here it is plainly stated. Your whole body shall be filled with light. This is a light body resurrection. This is a white stone right here. This is comprehending all things, is when you are tapped into the electric circuit of celestial glory. Therefore, sanctify yourselves, that your minds become single to God. Again, this to me is thinking celestial, bringing all of your thoughts under the obedience of Christ. This is righteous mind control. This is what I use my cosmic layer of the gospel for, because when I use that filter to look at everything, starting with the scriptures, well, then everything makes sense and it's all connected. It's like you start to comprehend all things, or see that all things can be comprehended, and it becomes delicious. It becomes a feast. It becomes an exercise of delight, where it's like you want to run to the gym. You feel those muscles grow every day, and it doesn't strain you down. You're gaining energy. It's amazing feeling. Therefore, sanctify yourselves, that your minds become single to God, and the days will come that you shall see him. For he will unveil his face unto you. We're still talking about second comforter. We're talking about the second coming. We're talking about anybody who's had the opportunity in the flesh to see the Lord's face. And it shall be in his own time and in his own way, according to his own will. Remember the great and last promise which I made unto you. Cast away your idle thoughts and your excess of laughter far from you. So here he's emphasizing the point that I seem to be ad nauseum repeating until people are like, Waylon, you're obsessed with it. And I'm like, no, it's everywhere. The Lord is obsessed with it. And why are we not talking about it more? To cast away our idle thoughts, to wrestle control of our imaginations and our excess of laughter. I appreciate the memes. I appreciate the stories. I appreciate everyone's humor. I can laugh at times. But when it comes to the gospel, when it comes to the ministry, when it comes to being an example, when it comes to filling our bodies with light, I think we should take things more seriously, given the circumstances and the signs of the times, given the nature and the disposition of the prophets and the apostles, and the seeming urgency that they speak about the second coming with. I think it's okay. We can cast away our idle thoughts, and we don't need them to cope. We can be big people now, big men. Tarry ye in this place, and call a solemn assembly, even of those who are the first laborers in this last kingdom. And let those whom they have warned in their traveling call on the Lord, and ponder the warning in their hearts which they have received for a little season. This is beautiful to me. This is why we do what we do, and why I'm doing this now, and why I'm sharing my notes, and why I have on Twitter for so long, and in my music, this warning of judgment is coming, destruction is coming, there's a mystery Babylon, things are not as they seem, all is not well in Zion. This message of warning is exactly what he's talking about here. Let those who have been warned in their traveling call on the Lord. So by us warning them and planting the seed, maybe I don't see their response immediately, but perhaps when the trial comes that causes them to reflect and look into the abyss, they call on the Lord. Perhaps they will ponder the warning in their hearts that they have received for a little season, and that it might do work to cause something to grow, that they might be redeemed also. 72, behold, and lo, I will take care of your flocks, and will raise up elders, and send unto them. Behold, I will hasten my work in its time. I'd be curious to see how many times President Nelson has said that recently, about the Lord is hastening his work, especially in reference to the temple work, right? And here, to me, this lines up with President Nelson's repetitions of this hastening happening right now, that we're participating in it. He says, don't look past the majesty of what you're watching. This is the Lord hastening his work. And so if he's hastening his work, then let's see what he says about the hastening here. Now I give unto you, who are the first laborers in this last kingdom. So I would say the first laborers in this last kingdom, he's talking about the final dispensation here, in a sense, in that the first laborers would be these early brethren of the church that Joseph Smith is receiving revelation and talking to specifically throughout the Doctrine and Covenants that we see, and the first missionaries and apostles and leaders of the church. So that's who I would associate with this, and I'm sure you could find something to support me in that. Maybe not, but he says, a commandment that you assemble yourselves together and organize yourselves and prepare yourselves and sanctify yourselves. Yeah, I think this is the inspiration of School of the Prophets and things coming out of this. So he says, and purify your hearts and cleanse your hands and your feet before me. We have washing of hands and the feet and ordinances that they did perform, I believe, in the school and things like that. That ye may be clean, or that I may make you clean. That I may testify unto your Father and your God and my God, that you are clean from the blood of this wicked generation, that I may fulfill this promise, this great and last promise which I have made unto you. Then I will. And this is still consistent with everything we talked about in the first 67 verses here, of the glory of the celestial kingdom is to rest upon this earth, and those who live a celestial law, insomuch that we shall inherit the earth. This is the promise. This is the covenant. This is why we need to be cleansed of the blood of the wicked generation and those who reject the gift. So it's all, I see it all still very in the same flow. And I think we do a disservice to a lot of these sections in the Doctrine of Covenants by breaking them up because they are big. Like some of them are lots of, hundreds of verses. And so our little internet information age minds oftentimes have the attention span of 5-year-olds in Joseph Smith's day or something. You know what I mean? Like we can only take 5 verses at a time, and most people are like, I need a break. I don't understand it. Meh. It just sounds like the Charlie Brown parents or whatever it might be. And that's a problem. But for me, it's just, I told myself early on that I needed to learn to love it. I needed to learn to love the scriptures. And no matter what, I wanted to understand them. And if that was my goal and I kept trying, that eventually I would. And I witness, it's the truth. You just need to get the Holy Ghost with you. The Holy Ghost will teach you no matter what level you're at in terms of how much you understand the scriptures. But if you have the Holy Ghost, you'll understand. Let's see. So here's that last promise. He says, also, I give unto you a commandment that ye shall continue in prayer and fasting from this time forth. And I give unto you a commandment, and here it is. This is the whole Perplexities thing. I give you a commandment that ye shall teach one another the doctrine of the kingdom. Teach ye diligently, that my grace shall attend you, that ye may be instructed more perfectly in theory, in principle, in doctrine, in the law of the gospel, in all things that pertain unto the kingdom of God, that are expedient for you to understand, of things both in heaven and in earth and under the earth. There's your cosmic. Things which have been, things which are, things which much shortly come to pass. There's your prophecy, the past, the present, the future, history, present, current events, future prognostications and speculations even, or forecastings, right? Prophecy. Things which are to come, or things which are at home, things which are abroad, wars and the perplexities of the nations, and the judgments which are on the land, and a knowledge also of countries and of kingdoms, that ye may be prepared in all things, when I shall send you again to magnify the calling whereunto I have called you. Now, think about it. He's been talking about the resurrection, the second coming, the changing of the earth, the burning of the wicked, justice, righteous, the meeting out of judgment day, the great and terrible day of the Lord, when the glory of the Lord shall be revealed to all, right? This is what he's talking about. And so he's talking about missions and things that he's preparing us for that time, especially if these people he's talking to are the first in the vineyard, right? The first laborers in the latter-day vineyard. So that ye may be prepared. So what does that make us, right? Which hour are we in? That ye may be prepared in all things. And I would tell you this conference center rooftop symbol gives us a very clear signal as to what hour the year 2000 was. It was 30 minutes to midnight. So we're essentially at midnight now in this decade. This is go time. According to that clock, if you're going to take my Saturnian electric universe view of what that means and why it's there and why it was put at that date on that conference center in that form, and how it represents the same topic of the glory of the Lord and the restoration of Zion, the restoration of and fulfillment of these promises and covenants of the Lord, so that we might be filled with light as he comes again, that glory. That's why it'll be a great day for the righteous and a terrible day for the wicked. So he says, behold, I sent you out to testify and warn the people, and it becometh every man who hath been warned to warn his neighbor. Therefore, they are left without excuse, and their sins are upon their own heads. That's the cleansing ourselves of the blood of this generation, right? We must be ministers. We must be light on a hill. We must carry our lamps so others can see the path. Like, that's the whole point. That's what Christ would do. That's feeding his sheep. That's what he told Peter to do. He said, Peter, if you love me, feed my sheep. Therefore, tarry ye and labor diligently, that you may be perfected in your ministry, and go forth among the Gentiles for the last time, as many as the mouth of the Lord shall name, to bind up the law and seal up the testimony. Two things he mentioned earlier in this section, right? Abiding the celestial law So what? So that we can testify, so that we can witness and behold and see, and to prepare the saints for the hour of judgment which is to come, that their souls may escape the wrath of God, the desolation of abomination which awaits the wicked. Just like I described earlier, the surrounding of Jerusalem, America being off limits. This all happens after the conclusion of the Ezra's eagle prophecy, when the eagle is burned, right? 10 tribes return. The man with it floating on a mountain, Second Ezra chapter 13, he comes in, the whole world gathers to fight him, and he burns them with fire from his mouth. This is that winding up scene. This is what he's pointing to here. Verily I say unto you, let those who are not of the first elders continue in the vineyard until the mouth of the Lord shall call them, for their time is not yet come. Their garments are not clean from the blood of this generation. Abide ye in the liberty wherewith ye are made free. Entangle yourselves not in sin, but let your hands be clean until the Lord comes. Right? This abide ye in the liberty wherewith ye are made free, to me, is a call to the same idea that we have from the prophets of standing for the Constitution, being aware citizens of what's going on. And that this command here, abiding in the liberty wherewith we are made free, to me is also another reason why we would be making a series or exploring and studying these things, such as the Perplexities of Nations, the conspiracy fact of history, as Ezra Taft Benson would call it, or the conspiracy fact of the Book of Mormon, and their prophesied conspiracy for our day. 87. For not many days hence, and the earth shall tremble and reel to and fro as a drunken man, and the sun shall hide his face and shall refuse to give light. And the moon shall be bathed in blood, and the stars shall become exceedingly angry, and shall cast themselves down as a fig that falleth from off a fig tree. So here you have him wrapping in again the cosmic, the planets, the stars, the suns, the moons, saying, this is my plan of salvation, and it includes all of what you see. And you will be astonished when they start to play their parts and sing their witness and their testimony of me. That's what this is. And so think that all of this accumulates and happens and snaps into place right before the Lord comes in power and glory. So our witness and voice and the podcast and the testimony and the things that we fight for online right now, these are our moments while the Lord is near, before his wrath is poured out, in unbearable measure to the wicked. So verse 88. Hold up. Ben's got another question. He says, Nelson used the word hasten or hastening 8 times. Dude, this is perfect. Thank you, Ben. Man, I love talking out loud now, because now you're helping me with the research here. Let's see here. 1990, 1984, 2004, 2013, 2019, 2021, 2021, 2024. All reference to temples and the work of the Father. So he's definitely using it more than he did before its current mantle. Yeah. So I mean, it's not a lot, right? You're gonna be like, oh, you're really grasping at straws with that one. I don't think so, because immediately to me, when I see that word, I think of President Nelson and I think of the temples. And where's the video of the temples and how they've exploded? It could include that in pointing this out or supporting this point of the hastening of the work. It's making these temple covenants available. Because what? Because the temple covenants to us today are the Passover of ancient Israel and their deliverance from a wicked Egypt and a wicked Pharaoh, right? Our temple covenants are our blood on the doorpost for the Passover of this judgment day that the Lord is talking about right here in these verses. So going back, thank you, Ben. Going back 88, 8 times. Think about that. Then baptism, renewal, hastening, temples, new life, new birth, new heaven, new earth. Oh, doing rhymes. 88, and after your testimony cometh the wrath and indignation upon the people. So after our testimony of words comes the testimony of these stars and the planets and catastrophe and the very things that everyone denies and calls me crazy for focusing on. Yet, if you just look at the scriptures with the right perspective, you see that it's redundant. It's in every book that everybody's like, oh, it's my favorite book. I love Isaiah, but they won't mention this. It's my favorite book. I love Revelations. Oh, but they won't mention that. You know what I mean? I love Daniel's visions, and I love to think about the dates and the timelines, but they won't understand this, how it ties so perfectly into all of this. And how impactful like this type of language was to ancient Israel, the Hebrews. They experienced these planetary catastrophes, these very things. It wasn't just some far off thing that, in 2,500 years, in 3,000 years, what's going to happen? Oh my goodness, so scary. Thanks, Isaiah. No, but it was things that were happening in his day as well. Okay. For after your testimony cometh the testimony of earthquakes, that shall cause groanings in the midst of her, the earth. And men shall fall upon the ground, and shall not be able to stand. These are earth shocks. If you guys read my last essay, that's what Velikovsky says. They described them differently anciently. There were earthquakes, which were local, but earth shocks seem to be filled across all of the globe. They were global earthquakes. And they happened when these stars fell. When these planets passed by, they came to the earth, and they had electrical dialogue, thunderbolts. Now also cometh the testimony of the voice of thunderings. Wait, there's thunder. And the voice of lightnings. Yes, this is what we should expect. And the voice of tempests, storms, yes, wind. And the voice of the waves of the sea heaving themselves beyond their bounds. And all things shall be in commotion. And surely men's hearts shall fail them, for fear shall come upon all people. And we get cute and we talk about men's hearts failing them today, and then the super ultra right MAGA people who are falling off on the right side are like, oh, see, it's the jab, and that's the hearts failing them, and blah. It's like maybe there's some application you can take away here, but do not snip this out of context. This is catastrophe. This is the stars falling down to the earth. This is the moon turning to blood and the sun hiding its face. Earthquakes that are felt across all the land that no man can stand. This is the fear that comes upon all people. When voice of lightning and thunder, and you'll have stones of fire and pitch and oil coming down from heaven and burning people alive. It'll be like a scene you've never seen. You couldn't comprehend it. Like 3 hours in the Nephite experience of lightnings, thunderings never before seen on the land. Total cities being devoured, valleys being raised up, mountains being leveled, the oceans heaving their bounds. And in fact, at this point that we will witness, the whole earth is going to be transfigured, resurfaced. The oceans are going to go back to the north. And I imagine they will surround the American continent and provide a defense and the cloud that the Lord meets his righteous people in and through. And this is why you have a separation between the New Jerusalem and Jerusalem in Israel during the final desolation of abomination, when the Antichrist and the two witnesses are sent to Jerusalem and they're causing, fire to come down from heaven, people that try to kill them. Like that whole thing happens when this catastrophe starts taking place and men's hearts are actually failing them because the earth is literally changing. 92. An angel shall fly through the midst of heaven, crying with a loud voice. Now angels, again, in my Cosmism Manifesto, we talk about how angels aren't just Moroni's, that appear to men, or like the angels who appeared to the shepherds or to Mary, Gabriel, but that the angels as well are the planets themselves, these very bodies that are casting themselves down to the earth and pouring vials of plagues upon a third of the water, a third of the land, a third of this, and burning everywhere. Like the angels are the planets themselves, and they make trumpeting sounds. The electrical dialogue between them, the voice of their thundering and their lightning sounds as trumpets and as harps and as tabrets and as all these things that are described in prophecy consistently throughout the scriptures. Here it is being said again that this is the same Passover, the same signs, the same witness that the Jehovah of the Old Testament, the God of heaven and earth, the God of destruction, of storms, of bringing planets and heaven and earth together, and who calls kings and lifts them up or shuts them down, that same very King of heaven and earth is the one who comes again, the second coming, and he will attach himself to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, to the astonishment of all of those who call us wicked, backwards, upside down, or blasphemous. They will know that God stands in power and majesty with the prophets of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and Joseph Smith's name will be known through all of the earth, for good or for evil, during this time of tribulation and conflict. Prepare ye, O inhabitants of the earth. This is what the angels say with a loud trump. For the judgment of our God is come. Behold, and lo, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. And immediately there shall appear a great sign in heaven, and all people shall see it together. This, my friends, is the sign on the conference center roof that we're just talking about here. This very sign that is emulated there, that's the glory of the Lord that President Nelson, I believe, is referencing. This is what Ezekiel sees returning from the east, that all men see. This is what Joseph Smith said, the last grand sign that, maybe I have it here, or I didn't put it on here yet. The last grand sign of, actually, I do have it. Well, I'll just summarize it. He says that the world will say it is a comet or a planet, right? It's the same Passover principle, and I butchered that, but I have whole articles about this great sign and what it is and why it's on the conference center rooftop, and that it's planetary, and that it represents all this catastrophe, this electric universe stuff that everybody thinks is just too weird to talk about. Leland, it's just too out there. It's like, well, I guess if you're putting your head in the sand. 94. And another angel shall sound his trump, saying, That great church, the mother of abominations, that made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, that persecuteth the saints of God, that shed their blood, she who sitteth upon many waters, and upon the islands of the sea, behold, she is the terrors of the earth. She is bound in bundles. Her bands are made strong. No man can loose them. Therefore, she is ready to be burned. And she shall sound his trump both long and loud, and all nations shall hear it. So this is the destruction of the wicked. And yeah, we can point to the Vatican, right, upon the many waters, or we can also say that this is just all wicked apostates and people who, again, choose a lesser glory and kingdom, who are with the people of the world, people of the sea, right? The nations. They choose Babylon versus instead of Zion. They don't leave Babylon. So it can be the same. But I also do believe that this is, the mother of abominations. The great church, I do believe, is the corrupted root that was worn as a skin suit by the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, and everybody else since who claims, papal supremacy. And whether it's East or West or whatever it is, it's all whorish. They all worship a different god. They don't worship. They worship themselves, right? They give lip service to the true God. Just put it that way. And there shall be silence in heaven for the space of half an hour. And immediately after shall the curtain of heaven be unfolded, as a scroll is unfolded after it is rolled up, and the face of the Lord shall be unveiled. So you have this great sign happen, and everybody sees it. And this church stands up basically and is ready to be burned, and there's silence. And then the veil is rent. And immediately after shall the curtain of heaven be unfolded, as a scroll is unfolded after it is rolled up, and the face of the Lord shall be revealed. There's that comprehendeth moment for everybody there. There's that judgment. When everybody sees it's the Lord. And the saints that are upon the earth who are alive shall be quickened and be caught up to meet him. And they who have slept in their graves shall come forth, for their graves shall be opened. There's the resurrection. And they shall be caught up to meet him in the midst of the pillar of heaven. So again, there's this language of pillar of heaven. And if this thing is coming to attach itself over the New Jerusalem, an American continent, and the north, where the waters will be literally going up to meet it. Think of the waters of the earth being sucked up to meet this planet that docks over the American continent. This pillar of heaven that will establish itself. It will be an ensign, a giant mountain. Like Nephi said, a mountain higher than any mountain I've ever seen before, right? Like this mountain of the Lord, this tree of life that will literally be a cosmic throne, and the earth, the footstool of it. This is the pillar of heaven being established. This is the cloud that we're caught up to meet him. I believe this is why the 144,000 leave that cloud to go get the others who are still on the other parts of the earth that are not enveloped in the light of this approaching sign, this approaching comet and planet. 98. They are Christ's, the first fruits. They who shall descend with him first, and they who are on the earth in their graves, who are first caught up to meet him. So you have the returning of those who have been resurrected. So you have resurrected beings and angels coming down to the earth. This is like, in my mind, the descension of Adam on Diamond. Like you have the return of the 10 tribes coming. You have, I'm sure, Alma and Amulek and or people who are translated from the Book of Mormon, as well as Elijah and Moses and anybody else. I'm sure there were many others, right? Melchizedek and Salem and their city, and perhaps they're all together with Enoch and his city, and these are the ones who come. And these are the ones we talk about seeing eye to eye with, right? Because those who are righteous here on the earth and those who are resurrected that come up, we all meet each other. And you have Zion on earth meeting Zion from heaven coming down. These are the first fruits. It says, and all this, the voice of the sounding of the trump of an angel of God. So again, to me, this is all during planetary encounter, is how you read this. And after this angel, another angel shall sound. So another one comes down. These are the stars falling to the earth in my mind. These angels coming down one after another is the reconfiguration of the solar system. This is the earth tumbling into a new configuration like it was before, a paradisical state. And after this, another angel shall sound, which is the second trump. And then cometh the redemption of those who are Christ at his coming, who have received their part in that prison, which is prepared for them, that they might receive the gospel and be judged according to men in the flesh. Hold up. I just got a text. Let me take a look. Okay. It's for the missionaries. They have an activity tomorrow, and I'm a ward missionary. I'm just checking it out, see if I need to do anything. Again, if anybody has questions or whatever, I'm just ranting and soaking it in. Again, this I might only snip out a few sections of this whole section to do my perplexity stuff, but this is how I read the scriptures. Like if I'm studying to do something, I sense that this is all supportive of my aim with this project I want to do. And so how am I going to build like an introductory, oh, here's what we're doing and here's why? I need to be very familiar with all of this. And so I'm reading it through thoroughly here. I've done it before, but I'm rejoicing in it now, just kind of recording it as well to get it on for the, I mean, I'll post this video for anybody who's interested to kind of read along with this. We'll just maybe title it like DNC 88. Okay. And then cometh the redemption of those who are thou. I read that. Verse 100. And again, another trump shall sound, which is the third trump. And then come the spirits of men who are to be judged, who are found under condemnation. And these are the rest of the dead, and they live not. And now I'm just thinking about this. We talked about planets and kingdoms, and think about these trumpets and how they're signaling kind of these other resurrections, these later resurrections after time, and how they have different kingdoms come to pick them up, essentially. It's their taxi going on. Now, and these are the rest of the dead, and they live not again until 1,000 years are ended, neither again until the end of the earth. So they don't get resurrected until after the millennium. Now, another trump shall sound, which is the fourth trump, saying, there are found among those who are to remain until that great and last day, even the end, who shall remain filthy still. And another trump shall sound, which is the fifth trump, which is the fifth angel who committeth the everlasting gospel, flying through the midst of heaven unto all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people. And this shall be the sound of his trump, saying to all people, both in heaven and in earth, and that are under the earth, for every ear shall hear it, and every knee shall bow, and every tongue shall confess. While they hear the sound of the trump, saying, fear God, and give glory to him who sitteth upon the throne, forever and ever, for the hour of his judgment is come. And again, now we're 104 verses into this section, right? This is the setting up of the millennium. This is why this is called the olive leaf, plucked from the paradise of the Lord, right? Because it's literally describing you all the winding up scenes, the resurrection, and the Lord's coming in glory, and what happens here. And again, another angel in verse 105 shall sound his trump, which is the sixth angel, saying, she is fallen, who made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. She is fallen, is fallen. And again, another angel shall sound his trump, which is the seventh angel, saying, it is finished, it is finished. And the Lamb of God hath overcome and trodden the winepress alone, even the winepress of the fierceness of the wrath of the Almighty God. Then it says, and then shall the angels be crowned with the glory of his might, and the saints shall be filled with his glory, and receive their inheritance and be made equal with him. So there's our vibing with him. Bzzz, we get powered up. That's when we all become interconnected, when Zion is established and we see each other eye to eye and we fall upon each other's necks. And we see each other as we truly are. We are given that spiritual vision. 108. And then shall the first angel again sound his trump, and all the ears of the living, and reveal the secret acts of men, and the mighty works of God in the first 1,000 years. And so then we go through and basically give an accounting unto the Lord. This is Adam on Diamond, basically, and the whole millennium playing out like a little snapshot. So, and it was reveal the secret acts of men and their mighty works of God in the first 1,000 years. And then shall the second angel sound his trump and reveal the secret acts of men and the thoughts of the intents of their hearts and the mighty works of God in the second 1,000 years. And so on until the seventh angel shall sound his trump. And he shall stand forth upon the land and upon the sea. This is Michael, I believe. Let me see my note here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the next verse calls him Michael here. And Michael, the seventh angel. So it goes from, I would say, Joseph Smith back to Michael, and then Michael hands it over to Christ. But we say here, and so on. And this is the scene in Daniel's vision as well, when Michael finally stands up and casts all the nations down and things like that. This is the same scene. So on until the seventh angel shall sound his trump, and he shall stand forth upon the land and upon the sea, and swear in the name of him who sitteth upon the throne, that there shall be time no longer. And again, if there's time no longer, this means that when this angel stands upon the earth, that there's some type of light source now taking over, right? There's some type of new sun that's been established. And in my writings, the association of Michael, the return of paradise, the return of Kolob, perhaps, is this Saturnian reveal, this bringing the earth back into a Saturnian orbit under Michael, the archangel, under Adam. Atum is how the Egyptians would describe the first man, the heaven man. So, who stands on both land and sea. Same thing, just like a giant structure, like we were talking about before, the throne of planets. This collection of planets in a string, in a roll. And he sweared upon the name of him who sitteth upon the throne, that there shall be time no longer, and Satan shall be bound, that old serpent who is called the devil, and shall not be loosed for the space of 1,000 years. And then he shall be loosed for a little season, that he may gather together his armies. And Michael, the seventh angel, even the archangel, shall gather together his armies, even the hosts of heaven. And the devil shall gather together his armies, even the hosts of hell, and shall come up to battle against Michael and his armies. And that's after the millennium. That's after the 1,000 years. And then cometh the battle of the great God, and the devil and his armies shall be cast away into their own place, that they shall not have power over the saints any more at all. For Michael shall fight their battle, and shall overcome him who seeketh the throne of him who sitteth upon the throne, even the Lamb. So to me, this fits of a gradual return over 1,000 years, to where Saturn takes its final position at the end of the 1,000 years to eliminate all of Satan and his angels from ever approaching the celestialized planets in Saturn's orbit, is the way I see it, after 1,000 years. So at the beginning, when all the stars start falling from heaven and everything starts rearranging, these are the angels coming down to the earth and basically affecting the change of the earth, the transfiguration of the earth. But the whole process of it rolling together into a truly celestial and eternal state doesn't take place until the capstone, or Michael finally comes in and defeats Satan. Or I believe this light source finally takes its position to expunge and turn on to full celestial glory, to take us into the Father's realm of power. I don't know if that made sense. It made sense in my head. 616. This is the glory of God and the sanctified, and they shall not any more see death. Therefore, verily I say unto you, my friends, call your solemn assembly, and as I have commanded you. Think of how many solemn assemblies we've had just in the last 4 years with President Nelson and all of this preparation to sanctify ourselves, to think celestial, to repent, to prepare to see the Lord. Like, now is the time to put your disciple, rededicate yourself as a disciple of the Lord, learn about the atonement every week. Like, this is it. His last talk, my friends, like, the kid you not, it was called like the second coming of Jesus Christ. Like, and there are people that are still like, no, I'm not going to see it. I guess I get it. But to me, as I just continue to read the scriptures and think about these things and attach them like we will do with Perplexities and this whole project I want to do, like, it's been overly compelling for me. That's why I think some people think I'm a zealot, or I'm just like, whatever. It's just, no. I mean, when you just stop giving your time to pointless things all the time, and you balance yourself by really trying to fulfill these commandments, like we see they're written, like we're told to study the wars and nations and histories and prophecy and the future things. And how many members of the church are like, no, you shouldn't do that. It's dangerous. You might fall off, brother. Like, it's just so, it's backwards. It's wild to me. But okay, let's see here. So now it focuses right back on the temple here, because this is the whole like capstone of 88. And again, it fits with President Nelson and his hastening the work being related to the increase in temple availability, because this is what the temples provide. All of this next section here, he says, this is the glory of God. Man, I should highlight that. The glory of God. Actually, maybe not, because while I'm streaming, this seems to be like, oh, there it went. This seems to be like the slowest reacting page ever, is the scripture, the website right now, the church website. I need a better computer, so hopefully that'll happen one day. Therefore, verily I say unto you, my friends, this is the glory of God and the sanctified, and they shall not any more see death. So again, bringing it back to resurrection. Therefore, verily I say unto you, my friends, call your solemn assembly as I have commanded you. And as all have not faith, okay, this is exactly what I was just reminiscing on. It's like, I don't know why some people can't see it, or blah, blah, blah. So he directly addresses this. As all have not faith, seek ye diligently, and teach one another words of wisdom. Yea, seek out of the best books words of wisdom. Seek learning, even by study and also by faith. Guys, I hope everything I put out there, I try to do with this in mind. I try to do with this. And even the Velikovsky stuff, even this planetary catastrophe stuff, people want to say I'm way out in left field. I got this idea. This whole thing stemmed out of the Institute manual, who points us to look at Velikovsky as alternatives. So again, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear from anybody saying that I'm out on some strange branch when I'm able to connect everything that I'm talking about all the time to the very Doctrine and Covenants that people are like, man, I don't really like Doctrine and Covenants. And I'm like, oh my gosh, look what he's saying. I'm like, okay, do I take your key, your framework, your filter, and see everything tinted the way you say it is? Or do I look at these things that I'm looking at in vibrant colors that I can't even describe to you? Like, it's kind of like the Moses to Satan comparison when he after being transfigured by and seeing Jehovah, right? He's just like, I'm not compelled by your arguments, my friends. Okay. Now here's the command: organize yourselves, Prepare every needful thing and establish a house, even a house of prayer, a house of fasting, a house of faith, a house of learning, a house of glory, a house of order, a house of God. This is the temple. And your body, and you being filled with light. You're the house, right? Your family's the house. Your literal house is the house. Your ward is the house. Your calling, your quorum is the house. Your work group, your ministering people, your friends and family, the people you've been called to serve, they're your house, right? So apply all of these commands and descriptors, these adjectives, to those houses. Be a person of prayer, a person of fasting, a person of faith, a person of learning, a person of glory, a person of order, a person of God, right? That's the power of stacking the symbols. See, it's not just talking about the temple here, but we apply this to everything. And organizing yourselves would start first with your thoughts, putting those into place. And he said that earlier, right? Purge yourself of idle thoughts. Get right. Get justified. 20, that your incomings may be in the name of the Lord, and that your outgoings may be in the name of the Lord, that all your salutations may be in the name of the Lord, with uplifted hands to the Most High. And I put my 2 hands up high right now as I said that, because that's exactly what they're referencing. 2 hands up high. That fits with our Saturnian understanding of things and this sacred way of praying that we know that is key. It's beautiful. And it all fits within that Saturnian framework and that symbol that we see on that conference center roof, with that crescent being those hands when it was down in the midnight position. Looked like a man standing up with his arms uplifted. And plasma ascending up like a prayer. 121. Therefore, cease from all of your light speeches, from all laughter, from all your lustful desires, and from your pride and light-mindedness. Again, there's that mind control, light-mindedness. And from all of your wicked doings. And remember, in my mind control article, just because we went over this and had a jam session where I kind of just talked at everybody, I feel bad. I need to include everybody more in my conversations, I guess. But it's like the power to be submissive, to be as a child, is to be susceptible to the Spirit. And it's through humility, the opposite of the pride which puts us into the negative cycle, or the negative polarity, which would be the pride cycle, instead of the cycle of faith, repentance, and spiritual gifts, receiving the gift of the Holy Ghost and manifestations. So, I mean, that's the difference. And so I just see it all, again, wrapped nicely here in how he's presenting it. He's like, stop your speech and your laughter and your desires, your heart, right? Your mouth, your heart, your mindedness, your light-mindedness, and you stop it from getting rid of the pride and the lust and the laughter and all your wicked doings. Appoint among yourselves a teacher, and let not all be spokesmen at once, but let one speak at a time, and let all listen unto his sayings, that when all have spoken, that all may be edified of all, and that every man may have an equal privilege. This brings to mind a lot of things happening on Twitter lately, where you have a lot of people wanting to provoke conversation or discussion or debate or whatever they want to call it, right? But here's my question. Are all edified? Is it something that, I'll just put it that way. I think that's a good way to put it, right? Let's seek to edify each other. I could do better at being less sarcastic. I could do better at being less cryptic or veiled in things that I say, and just say what I mean more. But then I become very pointed, and I'm already pointed. So it's just, have patience with me too. 123. See that ye love one another. Cease to be covetous. Learn to impart one to another as the gospel requires. Cease to be idle. Cease to be unclean. Cease to find fault with one another. Cease to sleep longer than is needful. Retire to thy bed early, that ye may not be weary. Arise early, that your bodies and your minds may be invigorated. And above all things, clothe yourselves with the bond of charity, as with a mantle, which is the bond of perfectness and peace. Pray always that ye may not faint until I come. Behold, and lo, I will come quickly and receive you unto myself. Amen. And to me, these are all tools of mind control. So you want to control your thoughts, get rid of your light-mindedness and your light speech and your lustful desires. Apply these things one by one. Learn to love one another, so get more service. Cease to be covetous, be more giving, give more sacrifice. Learn to impart one another. Again, sacrifice. Give more of your time to people nearby you. Cease to be idle. Don't sit around feeling sorry for yourself, but do something. Create happiness. Be on the move. Be on the lookout. Keep your mind active. Cease to be unclean. Stop falling into that same pit, you pig. Get up and take a shower. It's okay. You can. You're forgiven, like if you do it. Cease to find fault one with another. Why? There's so many more cool things to talk about. Stop talking about Cheryl, right? Stop talking about Christina down the road. Nobody cares. Sorry. Cease to sleep longer than is needful. Retire to thy bed early, that you may not be weary. Arise early. That you're okay. We should probably take note of this as it's getting late here. And I know some of you are on a different time zone, so you're probably up late, but that's okay because our minds are invigorated. We're being edified. I hope. Now, 127, and again, the order of the house prepared for the presidency of the school of the prophets, established for their instruction in all things that are expedient for them, even for all the offices of the church, or in other words, those who are called to the ministry of the church, beginning the high priest, even down to the deacons. So here we go, the establishing of the school of prophets. And this shall be the order of the house of the presidency of the school. He that is appointed to be president or teacher shall be found standing in his place in the house which shall be prepared for him. I know we use this scripture, as, I remember when I was in deacon's quorum or whatever, or priest quorum. You wanted to be to church early and standing in your place, ready to serve, ready to prepare the sacrament, ready to bless it, way before everybody else is there. You're going to be on time. Therefore, he shall be the first in the house of God, in a place that the congregation in the house may hear his words carefully and distinctly, not with loud speech. And when he cometh into the house of God, for he should be first in the house, behold, this is beautiful, that he may be an example. Let him offer himself in prayer upon his knees before God, in token or remembrance of the everlasting covenant. And when any shall come in after him, let the teacher arise, and with uplifted hands to heaven, yea, even directly, salute his brother or brethren with these words. Art thou a brother or brethren? I salute you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, in token of remembrance of the everlasting covenant, in which covenant I receive you to fellowship, in a determination that is fixed, immovable, and unchangeable. I see these with arms upraised, fixed, immovable, unchangeable. This is an echo to everything that was just talked about in this section here, this paradise of heaven being renewed, the tree of paradise being renewed, this fixed, immovable, and unchangeable pillar of the temple of the Lord being established, his throne forever and evermore, to be established and set up, never again to be taken apart or away from him, but only to be elevated higher and higher, exalted unto the Father's glory, right? That's the fixed, immovable, and unchangeable, and the token, in this showing it like a physical form, as above, so below, exactly as this greeting and this hands lifted up. Same language to me in my mind is that it's fitting this theme of a cosmic temple and a paradisical restoration of the earth, and the temple being a microcosm of that, a little resurrection temple machine, a paradisical machine is what the temple represents. Because the steeples, the pillars, the very pyramidal shape of it, or pyramid shape of it, or step pyramid, or the pillared form of it, of different types of temples, right? They all represent this pillar of fire and cloud that descended upon the tabernacle, that descended upon King Solomon's temple, that descended upon ancient Israel and guided them through, and is this same cloud and pillar that is being talked about at the second coming to cause all this destruction and catastrophe and to protect America and to bring the waters of the ocean up to the north again, etc., etc. It's all consistent, at least in this framework. Otherwise, you're guessing, and it's like, oh, there's UFOs, and this will happen, and who knows, and oh my gosh, and it's just going to be magic, and then we're going to caught up, and there's the rapture, and they're mixing, people who don't understand are mixing like Christian secularisms into the restored gospel when there's no need for it. There's no need for it. That's the beauty of this, and I get frustrated. But I ask for patience. Okay. And he that is found unworthy of this salutation shall not have place among you, for he shall not suffer that mine house shall be polluted by him. And this, to me, is a token and a symbol of that state of paradise in the millennium, where only those who are upright can go into Zion. This is why she will be terrible, and only those of an upright heart are able to go up into it, right? Up into this ensign and this thing that's happening while the rest of the world is in chaos. So to me, it's a foreshadowing of that, like a playing out, a street play, essentially. Like all the temple is a theater. It's a theater act. You're putting plays, presentations that project images and likenesses upon your mind to remember. Now, it's a remembering machine, a resurrection machine. That's what Nibley called it, a remembering machine. And he that cometh in and is faithful before me and is a brother, or if they be brethren, they shall salute the president or the teacher with uplifted hands to heaven, with this same prayer and covenant, or by saying amen in token of the same. Behold, verily I say unto you, this is an example unto you for a salutation to one to another into the house of God in the school of the prophets. And ye are called to do this by prayer and thanksgiving. And the Spirit shall give utterance in all your doings in the house of the Lord, in the school of the prophets, that ye may become a sanctuary, a tabernacle of the Holy Spirit to your edification. Man, that's a whole bunch of stacked language that is light, body, Holy Ghost, white stone, all of it's temple, it's paradise. It's just seething with it. We have that it may become a sanctuary, sanctified, purified, holy place, a sanctuary, a garden, right? You think of a sanctuary, a tabernacle, which the tabernacle of the wilderness represented. But a tabernacle is also a vessel, a body, literally, of the Holy Spirit. That same light and endowment of glory and power and everything else we're talking about, right? This countenance that comes down from the Lord to share his joy with us, his light, his spirit, and to our edification. And this is a play on words for me because you have edification, like in Spanish, edificio is like a building. So you have temple, like the building up of an edificio is how I see that. But also in light, like being enlightened or edified or brought up and given more information, truth. So it's just, I love the stacking of symbols and imagery there. 139, and he shall be received by the ordinances of the washing of feet. For unto this end was the ordinance of the washing of feet instituted. Once again, we have this washing and anointing ceremony and calling in election made sure type, seeing the face of God or face to face, being cleansed of the blood of this generation, sanctified, purified, being filled with light. And then he says, the ordinance is to be administered by the president or the presiding elder of the church, again, representative of Christ, washing the feet of his disciples. It is to be commenced with prayer, and after partaking of bread and wine. He is to gird himself according to the patterns given in the 13th chapter of John's testimony concerning me. Amen. So there you have, again, more white stone, bread and wine, sacrament, patterns, resurrection. It's all tied into it. I love section 88. It's one of my favorite sections. I know it's long, and it took us a bit to read it, but at the same time, I'm glad I did, and now I know how I want to kind of divide it up. How we have this whole first section that essentially witnesses to the cosmism paradigm, adding this planetary with personal and human cohesion in the plan of salvation, where it all works together. They're all under the Lord's command. They're all the hosts of heaven, and we are as well, the hosts of the Lord. We by hosting his Holy Ghost within our tabernacles, we become his hosts as well. So, all right, I love that. So that's the baseline scripture of this project. Section 88 and our command to study these things for what? To be ready for this winding up scene that we're taking part in, this hastening, to be called to preach the gospel and warn others that they might be redeemed and saved at the judgment day, that they might remember our words of warning and ponder on them and have a change of heart. We have that power if we would but open our mouth and warn our neighbors and spread the gospel, be a light, share the gospel. This is what the prophets and apostles and Bednar and Elder Bednar in his latest devotional on updating his technology wisdom, like he's telling us to go out and do it, to go out and share our testimonies, to go out and be a shining light, be ourselves, but to do it in a genuine, true fashion that people will actually see our hearts for what they are, filled with light, filled with celestial law, filled with celestial glory. They will resonate to it. They will see it's something different. They will come to us. Or if you're crazy like me and you want to aim some of your direction at the other saints and members and help them to keep and make covenants along the way, well, that's also gathering Israel, as the prophets have told us. So why not participate? So, okay. All right. I have a bot in here, so I'm glad, but I don't know if you tried to post message or something. It seems like a bot was attacking my stream. I'll have to get used to that. All right. So there's 88. What else did I want to do? Okay, let's go into this thread real quick. I can go for a little bit longer, and then we'll wrap up. And I'll do this more often, I promise. I do this all the time, like alone. And it actually seems to serve me better to kind of do it with other people looking. Obviously, Ben was a huge help here, and I'm going to copy that actually right now. Hold on. And I'm going to put it in my scratch paper here. Actually, let me Shift Control V, and you can paste things without the formatting. That's what I want. Thank you, Ben. All right, so I've got that there for hastening. And actually, let me put this under my Doctrine and Covenants section here. And then we'll format it just a paragraph forward so I know it's there. Okay. Now let's take a look back through here. This is a thread I wrote back in May, and it has a lot of videos and things that support this endeavor to like study conspiracy history. So I read this already, that our prophets pointed to communism and socialism as weapons of the secret combination that Book of Mormon prophets warned us would be amongst us in our day. So here's President Benson in conference.
On the subject of communism
Here.
the position of this church on the subject of communism has never changed. We consider it the greatest satanical threat to the peace, prosperity, and spread of God's work among men that exists on the face of the earth. Fortunately, we have materials to help us face this threat, such as President McKay's booklet of statements on communism and the Constitution of the United States, Cleon Skousen's book, The Naked Communist, which we were advised to read. But the greatest handbook for freedom in this fight against communism and other evils is the Book of Mormon. Joseph Smith said that the Book of Mormon was the keystone of our religion and the most correct book on earth. This most correct book on earth states that the downfall of two great American civilizations came as a result of secret conspiracies whose desire was to overthrow the freedom of the people. Now, undoubtedly, Moroni could have pointed out many factors that led to the destruction of the people. But notice how he singled out the secret combinations, just as the church today could point out many threats to peace, prosperity, and the spread of God's work, but it has singled out the greatest threat as the great conspiracy. And there is no conspiracy theory in the Book of Mormon. It is a conspiracy fact. And along this line, I would highly recommend to you a new book entitled None Dare Call It, Conspiracy by Gary Allen.
All right, so I'm going to pause right there. I know many of you have probably already heard this already, but this was in conference. There's no conspiracy theory in the Book of Mormon. It's conspiracy fact. Yet, many are totally comfortable just throwing conspiracy in general out the window. They're like, no, nothing happens like that. It's not a big conspiracy. They couldn't be doing that. And here you have the prophet of the Lord, or an apostle, calling this very thing what it is. And he points to several books, Cleon Skousen's book, Naked Communist, and pamphlets on, I have them right here. So actually, let him talk, and then I'll just read through the thread, because I probably say what I was going to say anyways. Although I'm not going to say this, is that what I'd like to do in some of these study sessions moving forward is we're going to go through this book. This is actually Call It Conspiracy. I'm going to open my Kindle library, and I'll read through this. I'm going to do it anyways. Like this is what I do with books in my library is I go through and I highlight them. I read them on my own. I read them a couple times. I highlight things. I check them with stuff. And then that's when I go and make a thread. And you see like little snips of my screenshots from books, like my Doctrines of Salvation. Like if we go into this book, you'll see I was doing threads where I would read the book. I would make my highlights. I don't usually navigate it here from the web browser, so I'm kind of clunky picking stuff. But like, let's see. I only got through like the first 13 chapters of this book, but I went through every single page and studied, and I created threads with pictures and everything on it. This is how I read my Kindle stuff, and so I want to do that. I want to do that with None Dare Call It Conspiracy. Although, here's the difference: the sequel, which came out a couple decades or almost a couple decades later, called Call It Conspiracy, again by Gary Allen and Larry Abraham. It's the same book, so it's got all the same chapters generally that the first book had, and then it's got more from Nixon and Jimmy Carter and the expansion of the CFR and the money managers into, they kind of shattered into a whole bunch of different non-governmental organizations and think tanks and other things to diffuse their footprint, put it that way, right? So you have the Trilateral Commission and a bunch of other organizations. Like, it's just a fracturing of the conspiracy into more manageable, controlled legs or arms, tentacles of the Kraken, of the octopus, of the beast. So this version of the book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, called Call It Conspiracy, it's got a little bit extra, so I want to read through this one. But the idea is I'm going to read through each part and chapter, and maybe we read through like the prologue after watching and going through the thread today before I get off, just to get it started, to kind of get a feel for it. But what we'll do is we're going to find characters, people, things that I think need to be expanded on, that most people maybe aren't aware of, don't have a lot of knowledge about. And then we'll do a little bit of Wikipedia, just general knowledge, maybe even use ChatGPT just to get general ideas of things. That's what I've been doing with a lot of this. where I'm using ChatGPT to ask certain questions about the CFR and UN, and I get names and foundations and things like that, and then we expand on them. So here it said, the Council on Foreign Relations. I found some pictures to attach to this just so we get an idea of what the symbols were, who these people were, if there are organizational charts and maps and things that are relevant. This is what I've been collecting just so we can get a real feel for this machine that Eisenhower warned about. And I've got that video. I think this would be fair to watch right now at this time. But this is the transition from, this is what Ezra Taft Benson is pointing at, essentially. The same thing that Eisenhower is warning about is what Ezra Taft Benson pointed to in his time alive, is saying it's already within our government, this thing.
In keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty.
Let me put that back here, what he said at the beginning.
A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korea. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well.
So he's talking about our building up of turning our industrious country that we were in building our own things and doing our own stuff and not taking crap from anybody. Like Trump has been talking about recently, and this is a true point that fits into this big conspiratorial picture. 100 years ago, in the early 1900s, even before Teddy Roosevelt and some other things, that tariffs were a huge enriching thing that America was using to force and incentivize Americans to build and construct and industrialize and produce, to become of industry, industrious, right? Working. All of that shifted to become a consumer nation as we globalized through the 1900s, through the world wars. And what he's talking about, it's the movement of careful planners who captured our military and used it as a bludgeon to enact global tyranny through socialism, communism, whatever ism, capitalism, cronyism, bureaucracyism, right? Any way that they can get into a government and flex tentacles of control, that's what they've been doing slowly, steadily. It's a war of attrition. It's a war in process of time through slow subversion. It's getting yourself into a critical position and then hiring all your friends. It's that over hundreds of years. That's what's been going on. That's the subversion he's talking about, that he was a part of, shamefully. Yet here he is in his farewell address, kind of like pretending karma will not bite him in the butt by saying he warned everybody. Yet up to the day he was leaving, I think he was still feeding the monster.
But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize.
So here he is. What year are we around here? Around the 1950s? His last year in office was 1961. So here we are, moving from him to the man who was assassinated for opposing what he's warning about, this bureaucracy and this building up this deep state, essentially a military industrial complex. So, I mean, people need to, they're brainwashed, and the only way to reach them would be to, lead them along with patience.
Recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
And what did Joseph Smith teach about power and governance? And as soon as the little man get a little bit of power, what does he do with it? But starts to abuse it and exercise unrighteous dominion. And this is exactly what post-World War II, America taking democracy to the rest of the world. And before I finish that, I just want to point this out, that it was post-World War II that you had a move from military force and physical wars to soft power projection, where the military focus was to promote free speech and democracy around the world. But free speech is just a moniker for, hey, we're going to use our propaganda machine and our war influence, our muscle, to topple your government from within through color revolutions, through internal revolutions. And this is when, through World War II, you had the OSS, which was like our intelligence, military intelligence services, transferred over through the National Security Act, I believe, 47, that created the CIA and the Department of Defense and this very machine that Eisenhower's warning about. But it was from this point that you had all this psychological operations, the propaganda that was used to turn Americans to support war, and not just the Civil War, but World War I, especially with Edward Lansdale and some of the others coming in World War II and into the Cold War and continuing the propaganda psychological operations. It all got rolled into our military-industrial complex and then pointed at the rest of the world, at America, with Operation Condor, I believe. We have Operation Gladio as well, some stay-behind units that were meant to subvert through color revolution and in the name of democracy, keep control of nations and states. And then the rise after the Cold War and a lot of the blunders there that I haven't quite documented or gotten to yet. But all of this leads to the internet and the military's focus to enable countries to have quote-unquote free speech so that they can be subverted through internet campaigns, essentially. That's what we've seen the last 10, 20, 30 years of military strategy. And like you watch guys like Mike Benz and things talk about the NATO's change in position from tanks to tweets in terms of toppling governments, that it's come this soft power projection game post-World War II by this military-industrial complex. It's all psyops. It's all psy-war. And the terrorists that they prop up, or that they have propped up over the last many decades, are their own creations. It's the same CIA and MI6 and intelligence agencies and things that are holding the puppets that they fight around the world to keep their military-industrial complex funded, greased up, and continuing to make swords instead of spades for America. Until we're raped and pillaged of all of our resources, as we see ourselves falling into catastrophic economic failure, with a lot of potentials to fall off the cliff right now because they've set us up to do this. This is exactly how you keep kings in check as being the bankers, Babylon's bankers behind the scenes. You fund everything, both sides of the wars. You create the terrorists that your good guys fight, and you keep the machine perpetually in terror and suspense and confusion, so that you have total leverage and domination power when you're exercising it unrighteously. And that's the world we live in right now.
We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
Yeah. Thank you, Eisenhower. So there we have, and then, look at what's happened ever since. You've had CIA people take over ever since JFK was ousted. Everybody going on here that didn't sack up to the CIA essentially was removed, or Reagan, pressured extremely. Or in the case of guys like Obama, he's a Manchurian candidate from the crib, essentially. He's been a CIA baby from the beginning when you go back into his history. So, he's a monster in terms of the product of psychological, human, eugenicist warfare. It's gross. And so, remember this too, that this push, this transition of military force and might after World War II by this mystery Babylon, this secret combination that we'll see Ezra Benson was pointing to. But this very same force took over our military. The networks that they had established to overthrow their governments, like through Operation Condor and Gladio and stuff, they were using means of communication that eventually, I believe, was similar to what DARPA, or maybe it was the very same thing DARPA was using, which was the early internet. Like DARPA, they had a communication network sending information packets back and forth and stuff that they patented or whatever and sold or put online. I don't know the exact history, and that's something we can dive into. But yeah, here we go. Right here, look. DARPA. The agency was created on February 7th, 1958 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in response to the Soviet launching of Sputnik 1 in 1957. By collaborating with academia, industry, and government partners, DARPA formulates and executes research development projects to expand the frontiers of technology and science often beyond immediate U.S. military requirements. So this is the secret branch that is at least one of them that's known that does the Black Project stuff. Things that the military uses that we talk about. Oh yeah, the military's 30 years ahead of us in terms of technology. Well, imagine how far ahead they are, not just in normal advancement like they're allowed to with unlimited funds, but also if the rest of the world is operating under a suppressed cosmology and scientific paradigm, that they're gated, they're like trapped in their own little cage. Man, they could be light years ahead of us now if they actually just had clear, objective science and knowledge about things and took the witness of the ancients for granted that the universe is electric, essentially. And perhaps they'd have, create things that were anti-gravitic using electromagnetism that would start popping up all over the world from about this time forward. And when you have the takeover of science fiction and UFO culture and stuff, it's just very suspicious to me. And I will die on this hill that the UFO alien question is a military black budget psyop. It's the same military propagandists who are merged with the technology and the science and the academy guys, just like we saw here, where you have the best of the best, like this interdisciplinary union, right, in secret, that is establishing all kinds of technology to continue to perpetuate what? The same stuff they're doing here out in the open, war and terror and fear. And they want to erase our old mythologies and religion with new mythologies and religion, essentially. They want us to worship their beast, the figure, their Satan. And so they're replacing all of our myths and histories and the witnesses of the ancients with an alien story. Because I'm pretty sure the Antichrist and people who are going to come after wars here really kick off are going to be claimed to be extraterrestrial. At least that's the patterning that all of Hollywood and this propaganda arm of this nasty military psyop group guys that have been doing this to us for a long time, right? That's exactly what they've been seeding in our minds, essentially. So, all right, that's just kind of a dive into this board. But you can see how, to me, it's useful when I'm thinking about these things and trying to map them out or reading about them or studying about things, and you want to see different groups and people and who's writing these papers, like this Robert Kagan guy, or who's Victoria Nuland, if you're talking about Ukraine and things that are going on there, and you see how they're all connected to the same thing that Eisenhower warned about, that Kennedy was killed by and warned about, that Nixon called faggy and a bunch of weird guys, and he got ousted for, right, when he was at the Bohemian Grove and met with some of these elites and how they think. So, and it's, anyways, we'll get to all that. We'll get to it. But it's just beautiful. So the goal is, as we read None Dare Call It Conspiracy or Call It Conspiracy, we'll start adding in more to this timeline, that's my goal. I want to add in more pictures, more resources, more links to click, more information to make it easy to teach this stuff for those that are interested. Because to me, it's compelling. It's testimony building to see, man, all of this stuff's going on in the world, and we're commanded to study it, to understand it, right? That's what Section 88 says. And then to see how the restoration fits and is the capstone in like this beautiful kingdom that's going to take control after this attempt by this nasty military murder cult, right? This ancient murder cult is really what it is. After they fail and they end up killing each other, a whole bunch of them, and then some hotshot comes in, I believe, and will take the reins of everything they kind of set up on a platter and exercise tyranny for a while. And that's when you have, the dueling kingdoms, last days. Christ comes down to fight the Antichrist and Gog and Magog and all of Satan's army. So when I see it all in context, looking at prophecy, signs of the times, things that have happened, especially when you mix in things like Ezra's Eagle and Joseph Smith's history and things like the Council of 50 and all of this, it's amazing to me. It's beautiful. It's delicious. And I hope if you're still watching and you guys have been here, then I'm not convincing you of anything, that you guys are on the same wavelength. And I appreciate that. So let's continue on in the thread here. We never finished Ezra Taft Benson's statement here.
Then Moroni speaks to us in this day and says, Wherefore the Lord commandeth you, when ye shall see these things come among you, that ye shall awake to a sense of your awful situation, because this secret combination which shall be among you. The Book of Mormon further warns that whatever nation shall uphold such secret combinations to get power and gain until they shall spread over the nation, behold, they shall be destroyed. That scripture should alert us.
And that thunder that hits after he says they shall be destroyed. That was actual thunder.
To what's ahead unless we repent. Because there is no question but that our nation is increasingly upholding the communist conspiracy today. By court edict, communists can run for government office, teach in our schools, hold office in labor unions, work in our defense plants, serve in our merchant marines, and so forth. As a nation, we are helping, it would seem, to underwrite communist revolutionaries in our country. The position.
So, I mean, when you hear him speak, this is why I'm saying the prophets of our day have not minced words. Okay. He listed 3 specific materials. President McKay's pamphlet on communism. Here it is. Communism, it says, a statement of the position of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Let's read it, actually. In order that there may be no misunderstandings by bishops, stake presidents, and others regarding members of the church participating in non-church meetings to study and become informed on the Constitution of the United States, communism, etc., I wish to make the following statements that I have been sending out from my office for some time and that have come under question by some stake authorities, bishoprics, and others. Church members are at perfect liberty to act according to their own conscience or consciences in the matter of safeguarding our way of life. They are, of course, encouraged to honor the highest standards of the gospel and to work to preserve their own freedoms. Remember that verse in 88 about liberties? Where was it? Because that just came to my mind. Liberty. Abide ye in the liberty wherewith ye are made free. And let's see what these footnotes are. Did they talk about the Constitution? That'd be sweet if they are, because I didn't know that. For sure. Liberty, 1 Corinthians. Okay, it's probably the liberty of Christ and then salvation from our sins, which, yes, I would agree to. Okay, but still, I'm applying the liberty to our duty to understand the Constitution, just as it says here. So, it still applies, but maybe it's a stretch, I admit. Let's see. They are free to participate in non-church meetings that are held to warn people of the threat of communism or any other theory or principle that will deprive us our free agency or individual liberties vouchsafed by the Constitution of the United States. Boom. The church, out of respect for the rights of all its members to have their political views and loyalties, must maintain the strictest possible neutrality. So this is explaining, like, why must the church be strict? You can hear before they're like become very rigid on, like, the church is neutral, we won't say anything else. Look at how they were talking before that. They could still say that this today, but they'd be ripped apart by liberal media today. That has become even more left, as it's like pushed off a cliff by these manipulators behind the scene. So, let me read that again. The church, out of respect for the rights of all its members to have their political views and loyalties, must maintain the strictest possible neutrality. We have no intent of trying to interfere with the fullest and freest exercise of the political franchise of our members under and within our Constitution, which the Lord declared he established by the hands of wise men whom he raised up unto this very purpose. Doctrine and Covenants 10180. And which, as to the principles thereof, the prophet Joseph Smith, dedicating the Kirtland Temple, prayed should be established forever in Doctrine and Covenants 10954. Okay, well, seeing these again and being reminded of them, it makes me think that this is probably just as applicable to the Constitution, not just our salvation. Although these scripture references make it pretty explicit. It seems like they want you to just think of it as agency, which is great. Well, yeah, entangle yourselves in sin, hands be clean till the Lord comes. Right. It just made me think of them specifically. They would have been thinking about the Constitution a lot. I know I am. So maybe that's just why it's on. So I'm applying it to my day. Okay. The church does not yield any of its devotion to or convictions about safeguarding the American principles and the establishment of government under the federal and state constitutions and the civil rights of men safeguarded by these. Wow, that was kind of a... Let me read that again because I didn't quite understand that even as reading it. The church does not yield any of its devotion to or convictions about safeguard. Okay, that's what it's saying. The church isn't yielding any of its devotion because we're devoting, like our devotion is to Jesus Christ, basically. But it's saying it doesn't reveal any of its devotion or its convictions about safeguarding the American principles and the establishments of government under federal and state constitutions and the civil rights of men safeguarded by these. The position of this church on the subject of communism has never changed. So that's what he's basically quoting when he's reading this. We consider it the greatest satanical threat to peace, prosperity, and the spread of God's work among men that exist on the face of the earth. In this connection, we are continually being asked to give our opinion concerning various patriotic groups or individuals who are fighting communism and speaking up for freedom. Our immediate concern, however, is not with parties, groups, or persons, but with principles. So we want first principles. We therefore commend and encourage every person and every group who is sincerely seeking to study constitutional principles and awaken a sleeping and apathetic people to the alarming conditions that are rapidly advancing about us. We wish all our citizens throughout the land were participating in some type of organized self-education in order that they could better appreciate what is happening and know what they can do about it. Supporting the FBI, the police, the congressional committees. I mean, this is when the FBI was still pretty partial, and I would say there's still partial elements of it today as well. I'm not a total black pillar on it, but when you have the highest echelons of it being exposed as corrupt, it's pretty sad. But that's where we're at. The whole government is a mob essentially today. Supporting the FBI, the police, the congressional committees investigating communism, and various organizations that are attempting to awaken the people through educational means is a policy we warmly endorse for all our people. The entire concept and philosophy of communism is diametrically opposed to everything for which the church stands. Belief in deity, belief in the dignity and eternal nature of man, and the application of the gospel to efforts for peace in the world. Communism is militantly atheistic and is committed to the destruction of faith wherever it may be found. The Russian Commissar of Education wrote, "We must hate Christians and Christianity. Even the best of them must be considered our worst of enemies. Christian love is an obstacle to the development of revolution. Down with love for one's neighbor. What we want is hate. Only then shall we conquer the universe." On the other hand, the gospel teaches the existence of God as our eternal and heavenly Father and declares, "Him only shalt thou serve." Communism debases the individual and makes him the enslaved tool of the state, to which he must look for sustenance and religion. Communism destroys man's God-given agency. No member of this church can be true to his faith, nor can any American be loyal to his trust while lending aid, encouragement, or sympathy to any of these false philosophies. For if he does, they will prove snares to his feet. Ooh. A statement by President David O. McKay concerning the position of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on communism. And that was what was repeated again by President Benson. And who was repeated but President Benson by Elder Bednar in this last conference? And in the context of, hey, past prophets talked about this, it doesn't mean you should forget about it. And here we are looking at what they were talking about, and this is what we're going to apply to our day. This is how we're gonna lean in on their filter and apply it to our day. That's how we're gonna look at perplexities, assuming that communism and socialism truly are the tools of an evil cabal, an evil secret combination, a deep state, whatever you want to call it. I like to call it the oligarchy, the Kraken, right? The Hydra, because there's more truth in fiction than you realize, in science fiction especially. He also mentioned The Naked Communist by Cleon Skousen. Really good book. It's a little dry and pretty long, so I wouldn't. That's why I'm more apt to go through and dare call it conspiracy, because you can get through those chapters in I mean, if I'm doing 3-hour streams or whatever it might be, we could definitely get through it pretty quick, actually. So that's the route I want to go, and we'll kind of use that as a framework for how we study out perplexities and how we identify the secret combination moving forward into our modern times. Because ultimately, I want to get there. I want to get to where I can talk to you about what the Q drops were, what the QAnon operation, what the Great Awakening is, what this great American MAGA return to populism is, and how it is a perfect pattern that fits the swinging pendulum of this secret combination that uses our political parties as two sides of the same stick, essentially. Anyways, Right now, we're getting the sharp end of their stick, and they want to force us into certain things. This is why the whole world went crazy when Donald Trump got elected and wasn't one of the good old boys, wasn't one of the normal pendulum cronies. And it's been a game of spy versus spy and catch up and counter moves and moves ever since. And it's honestly one of the coolest things to watch and witness from a point of view that leans in, like we're going to explore it with. But equally, it's frustrating for me, looking with that point of view, to hear everyone else with such twisted point of views that don't make a lot of sense. Like looking at the same thing and calling it something different. And it's that's been hard over the last 8 years or so for me, is that I've had this framework looking at this for so long that it's like I see it so clearly, and then I go to tell somebody about what I'm seeing, and it's like no, we're not seeing the same thing at all. And so I think going back to the foundations is pivotal, and that's why this exercise in Perplexities leads me to do this, to go back to Ezra Taft Benson, because in the very least, this is how I went about it. I mean, I'm an Ezra Taft Benson baby. I was born when he was a prophet. Okay, so just reading and digesting these will give you the substrate needed to identify the conspiracy, and I totally agree with that. It has for me, and that's why I want to give it to you and share it with everybody. We're gonna go through it and have the right substrate, so I don't just tell you what to believe and who's a good guy and who's a bad guy, but that you'll understand like the principles that are behind everybody's arguments, or the positions, or the history that show the conspiracy in action, that prove the prophets right, that prove the Book of Mormon right. Because if the second coming is about to happen, like the prophet's saying, well, then we should be seeing the secret combination rising to power and being so obvious that like people are openly supporting it or not. And that's kind of where we're at. Okay, moving on. So then I say, it wasn't just Ezra Taft Benson raising the warning. Those who bristle at this line of conversation in the church intentionally ignore the other prophets who also spoke out about communism, socialism, like President McKay before and President Hunter after. So here's some quotes from Ezra Taft Benson from a speech or a pamphlet or something, Socialism, a philosophy incompatible with man's liberty, a vision and hope for the youth of Zion, in 1977. Another notable counterfeit system to the Lord's plan is collectivized socialism. Both communism and socialism have the same effect upon the individual, a loss of personal liberty. Compulsory benevolence is not charity. Today's socialists, who call themselves egalitarians, are using the federal government to redistribute wealth in our society, not as a matter of voluntary charity, but as a so-called matter of right. And well, that's kind of what has been abused as the money laundering system that is our American government today. And we talk about money going to Ukraine or this or that, and like, how is this happening? How is our tax dollars going to this? Or how are we funding so much of all these other countries and subsidizing them and blah, blah, blah. And it's essentially this idea. It's a redistribution of wealth, but it's not in a utopian way that all the poor people are getting it. No, it's just cronies and mobsters and mafia people that are, corrupt politicians and businessmen and bankers and money managers that are lining their pockets with the American dollar taxpayer by just the plethora of corruption that has infested our government, that is bureaucracy. Next slide. Another Ezra Taft Benson quote. He says, "There's no doubt that the so-called civil rights movement as it exists today is used as a communist program for revolution in America, just as agrarian reform was used by the communists to take over China and Cuba." And this is not a surprise to that when we start to study how the CIA and how all of the intelligence agencies and the propagandists have operated like throughout history. What he's talking about is exactly what they do, is they infiltrate and they call their good things like, or they call their evil plans or laws or the things that are going to make it easier for them to steal money or get away with crimes. They call them by good names that everybody would say, oh yeah, well, I'm totally for safety or freedom or whatever it might be. Or what's the one after 9/11 that was the Freedom Act or something? I totally am spacing it. It'll come to me. But you get what I'm saying. They hide what they're doing, essentially is what I'm saying. And so it might look like the civil rights movement, and it probably is, where they have a lot of good things going for it, but they're going to submarine it with a bunch of earmarked garbage that helps the conspiracy further along, just like they do with all of our bills that run through Congress and things. Where they're like, you can save the babies, and then there's 100 earmarks for like studying mosquitoes and all kinds of random things that don't really matter, but it's like millions of dollars that is just being laundered and stolen, essentially. The position of this church on the subject, we've read that a bunch. So there's David O. McKay. It's the greatest satanical threat to peace, prosperity, and the spread of God's work among men that exists on the face of the earth. So when you have prophets saying things like that and calling like communism and socialism and all of these tyrannical agency stealing things like part of the conspiracy, like to me, I pay attention. I'm like, okay, then those are pillars that we can hold on to like figure out where we're swimming in this sea of confusion, where everybody else is just kind of like guessing. And I think they're a black hat or a white hat or this or that. Like our prophets have given us clear pointing direction to say like people who are supporting this are not good. So that's a huge help in terms of determining like who's right, what is truth, who's telling that we don't have to wonder is what our prophet has told us, especially if we take seriously the words of past prophets and we lean into them. Ezra Taft Benson says again, no true Latter-day Saint can be a communist or a socialist because communist principles run counter to the revealed word of God. And here's Howard W. Hunter. What is the real cause of this trend towards the welfare state, towards more of socialism? In the last analysis, in my judgment, it is personal unrighteousness. There it is, the wickedness of the people wanting to be lazy and idle in their thoughts. All of the antithesis of the things chapter 8, section 88 exhorts us to be, not light-minded, not idle, not fat and gossiping and all of those things. That's what our consumer culture is today. It's exactly the opposite of all these things we were warned about, and that's why you have open support for communism and socialism and stuff like that today. Like it's quite the turn of events that was prophesied and predicted. Now, let's go back to 1936 and listen to the statement from President Heber J. Grant, David O. McKay, and J. Reuben Clark. I remember I had like a hard time uploading this. I think I eventually got the YouTube video link here. Let me see if I have it. Right here. Let's go to this. I'm going to fast forward it just a little bit, or speed it up just a little bit.
Warning to church members. With great regret, we learn from credible sources, governmental and others, that a few church members are joining directly or indirectly the communists and are taking part in their activities. The church does not interfere and has no intention of trying to interfere with the fullest and freest exercise of the political franchise of its members.
No, it sounds like this is the same thing we read in the pamphlet. So, there you go. So I guess I was redundant there and pointing it out. That was frustrating. I remember that. I'm trying to post it. It wouldn't let me post that video for some reason. Okay, so let's continue. Thanks for sticking around again, you guys. I'll get through this. Maybe we read a chapter, maybe we don't. I'm getting kind of tired, so I might just end it when I feel like it. But okay, so it's like, what is this message and warning about? Well, it's warning against communism, socialism, like we've been talking about. Now, before anyone glitches and defaults in their programming, I capitalize that. And I realized, like, looking back on that, oh man, Leland's so aggressive. Why you gotta capitalize it? But it's like I'm emphasizing it. Like if I'm reading it, I know how to go before anyone glitches and defaults in their programming. Like pause, like listen to that. Like that's I'm bringing in mind control. Like that's what I'm suggesting here is that like they're not truly expressing what they believe, but they're repeating what they've been programmed to repeat upon hearing something. When you're talking about Ezra Taft Benson, it's like immediate response, like, well, he was out of touch in the Cold War and we ended and this and that, and he was not talking about it. He wasn't talking about that. And like they immediately start regurgitating stuff that they were told by their aunt Bethel or something. And it's just annoying. So it really is like programming. You recognize it as soon as it comes out. You're like, oh my gosh, is the same recording. Here I hear it again. And then it just becomes like, as they're talking, it's the Charlie Brown voice. And it's just, I am faithless. To begin the, I'm sorry, forgive me, Lord. To begin the run, to run the line of code that says, well, modern prophets aren't talking about this today, so it wasn't mentioned in the last 20 conferences. How many times was it mentioned? Well, like people are starting to it's like, oh my gosh, I guess Isaiah, you can just stop reading Isaiah if that's the measuring stick. Now, here's Elder Bednar's retort, not mine, to this rebuttal that everybody wants to jump to. And I've seen it on the timeline of like supposedly super academic saints, like, oh man, they're so smart and they got this degree and whatnot. And this is their retort. It's like, well, prophets aren't talking about it today. It's like, okay. So listen to this. This is Elder Bednar, not me. What he says about past warnings, whether it's family, it also applies to political warnings, like we've heard from President Benson, President McKay, J. Reuben Clark, President Hunter. So here we hear Elder Bednar.
Do you add anything in our understanding about Revelation when it comes to responding to the revelation of those who lead? I'd be happy to. Again, many members of the church are talking about how much revelation has come just since President Nelson became the president of the church. And again, I hope none of this sounds sarcastic, but thank goodness, because we didn't have much with President Monson, and we didn't have very much with President Hinckley. The things that are coming forth now have been worked on for years and decades. I think the perfect illustration for people of our age, maybe just old guys like me, President McKay in the 1950s is highlighting the importance of the family. In the 1950s and the 1960s, TV programs are called Father Knows Best and Leave It to Beaver. They cannot be any more clean than this. So why in that era is President McKay emphasizing the family? Because you needed it for today. And it would be 70 years too late if you were starting today. So this is not new. In many instances, do you add anything in our understanding?
So it would be 70 years too late if it started. I mean, talking about generational time span, 70 years too late. Who's determining when a prophet says something like the time limit's expired on that prophecy? It's like, no, that's ridiculous. And especially if you start looking around like you can today to see that Ezra Taft Benson and all these guys were vindicated. What has happened here in America is exactly what they warned about. And that's what we're fighting for our life for. And even the people outside of our church who are joining the America First movement and having a re-coming to Jesus moment, there's a revival happening amongst the Republican side and conservative side of the people because they can see the beast and the monster rearing its head that lots of members of our church refuse to. In the name of what? In the name of a superficial culture would be my immediate response, but probably have to think about it. Now, let's jump back to the late 1960s. I love this clip. My boy G. Edward Griffin, and I think he even retweeted this, and he's pretty active. He's an old dude, but still does some interviews and things. But he wrote the book, The Creature of Jekyll Island, about the Federal Reserve and the secret combination on Jekyll Island that met there and literally put that into effect to hijack the financial system of the United States government, essentially. So he says out very vividly in this clip from a movie titled More Deadly Than War, he lays it out. So let's listen to what he said.
That I think ought to be in every home library. It's entitled Color, Communism, and Common Sense by Manning Johnson. Manning Johnson was a Negro, and he was also a member of the Communist Party. He joined the party as a young man because he honestly believed that the communists were trying to improve the conditions of his people. He was a dedicated communist. But after many years, Manning Johnson finally came to the realization that the communists weren't the least bit interested in improving the conditions of the Negro people. He discovered that instead they were merely planning to use his people, and these are his words, to use them as cannon fodder in a bloody revolution to destroy America. As early as 1928, the communists declared that the racial differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric. By constantly probing and straining at this one spot, they calculated that eventually the cloth could be torn apart and that Americans could be divided, weakened, and perhaps even set against each other in open combat. We must not be led into placing the blame for the riots, the civil disorders, on the Negro people of our nation. Even those few who are promoting hatred and violence in the black communities are not themselves the cause. They're merely being used by forces far bigger than they are to promote the violent phase of the revolution in America, hoping to avoid...
I see BLM and that rise in the same race wars. You be like LeBron James and all these black superstars and things that are part of Masonic societies, the Boule and all kinds of other secret orders and things like that. Like, look into it. Like, we'll dive into those, I'm sure, if we get to them. But it's the same thing happening today that he's describing was happening back then. And this is what Ezra Taft Benson was speaking about when he said, you talk about a civil rights movement, but it's being subverted. Like, it's not what everything is not what it seems. And then you have the Puritans of interpretation who read that so literally to think that, oh, how could he's a racist. He's opposing the rights of the Negro. Oh my goodness. Like, they will not bend and see what he's saying in reality, when what he's saying in reality matches what everybody else can obviously identify in reality, that there is a greater force exercising unrighteous dominion upon different populations to cause internal strife. It's a divide and conquer strategy.
Avoid further violence and bloodshed. The public is to be pressured into accepting measures that will move the country gradually and legally toward communism, but without calling it that. The strategy of the proletarian revolution calls for the quiet conversion of our government into a communist regime, but under the banner of socialism.
And this is what the Fabian Society was. And I don't know if I have. Maybe I do. Let me see. I think I can search Fabian. Oh, I don't have it on here. I have it in my slideshow for. Let's look for it. This is a research stream, so I think I have my slides pulled up. Too many tabs now. Here's my slides. Let's go into slides. And it was one of my. Bum, bum, bum. It would have been our propaganda episode 1, now that I think about it. I have a bunch of slides I'm looking at. And I'm looking for the Fabian Society slide I have. Dang, I don't think it's this one. I do want to find it though, so bear with me. Or don't, but I love you guys for staying. This has been fun for me. It's keeping me on track too. Like I bet you guys can relate, but normally if I dedicate 2 or 3 hours to sit down and study, I'll do it. Like I'll have that time and I'll make the intention and I'll sit down and I might be good for 30, 45 minutes to an hour at a time, but then I'll get up and walk around. I'll go get something to eat. I'll refill my drink a little prematurely or drink one. And I don't get as much done. But here, doing a stream and kind of knowing I have an audience, it makes the studying good. But I have episode 1, Watchmen. I have so many like half done presentations too that are just titled weird things. Nope, I don't have it. I thought it was in that one. It was in the Ezra Ziegel Vision one. Okay, so here's the Fabian one. So, Fabian Society. I just want to read some of this. The Fabian name, and this is directly from their website. And this was a society established in the late 1800s that was set out explicitly to influence political and social spheres, pushing them gradually to socialism. So, as it says here, let me just do slideshow. Open this big so I can read it. So, from their very website, the Fabian Society derives its name from the Roman general Quintus Fabius, known for his strategy of delaying his attacks on the invading Carthaginians until the right moment. The name Fabian Society was explained in the first Fabian pamphlet, which carried the note, quote, "For the right moment you must wait, as Fabius did most patiently, when warring against Hannibal. Though many censured his delays, but when the time comes you must strike hard, as Fabius did, or your waiting will be in vain and fruitless." So, in 1884, the Fabian Society was founded in England with the aim of bringing about a socialist society by means of intellectual debate. Hold up. Let me just... Come again? In 1884, the Fabian Society was founded in England with the aim of bringing about a socialist society by means of intellectual debate. The publication of books and pamphlets and the permeation of socialist ideas into the universities, the press, the government institutions, and political parties. This was in marked contrast to the other means of bringing about socialism, which was adopted by Marxist parties, namely the use of violence and revolution to overthrow capitalism. The Fabian Society was named for the Roman... Okay, blah, blah, there's that same thing. A gradual a gradual attacking and turning things to socialism, right? So this is the Fabian Society. They're very active. They're still active today, by the way, and they have inspired and donated, and they're behind a lot of causes that you probably wouldn't guess. And this goes with Joseph Smith's warning, and maybe I have it on this one. Process of time. It worked this last time. Let me put it up. In process of time. This is a slideshow I haven't showed anybody. It's a good one. When it comes out, it's going to be a banger. It's long, too. How many slides do I have in this one? And it's not done. 51 slides on this one. This is going to be another like 4-hour presentation or whatever. But just as a teaser for those of you watching, and you'll get a little sneak peek. But no problems, Ben. Ben says, this whole session is great. Thank you. Sorry I'm not as interactive. I'm listening to you while I work. I work late nights. Well, God bless you, Ben. And working late nights it's got to be hard, but glad I can help, at least. So I'll try to be more descriptive, especially knowing some of you are just listening. But I like I said, I clicked the button so that it creates a VOD or a video on demand. And I hope I can download it. Then I might even be able to upload it to like my YouTube or something for people that just want to watch these on replay. But I'm just trying to make it available to everybody. And like y'all are helping me, like I said, to stay focused. So. But this slideshow I have called Signs of the Times, it goes over specifically the scriptures mentioned by President Harold B. Lee in 1972. He's like, a lot of people write books about the signs of the times, and that's great. But here are the scriptures that you, as a Melchizedek priesthood holder, should be conversant with or should understand, and you'll know the signs of the times. You'll understand the end times. And so he specifically states Joseph Smith Matthew, or chapter Matthew 24, when he's talking to his disciples on the Mount, DNC 45, DNC 101, DNC 133, and DNC 38. I'd throw in DNC 88, like we just read, because clearly to me that's signs of the times. It's the same things that we'll see described in all of these sections and chapters. We kind of went over in big macro picture, a big snapshot in 88 in that olive leaf revelation. So this slideshow is lit. It's fire. It's even got some Ezra's Eagle stuff in here with the parable in Matthew 1. And I make this mention in my latest song. Maybe I'll play it for you guys and go over some of the lyrics. I think that's what I'll do to end this out once we get over there. Instead of jumping into the book, I'll go over, because they're so relevant. I wrote this latest song, Eagle Hop, because it's Ezra's Eagle. It's like the third verse is a rebuke to the three heads, kind of, and what I suspect they might be. And so it's kind of an allusion to that. So I'll kind of give you a snapshot into that. And then we'll start the Call It Conspiracy with my next stream or something, and we can take time. I mean, I'm on no timeline other than the second coming, but I'd rather be caught doing the work and having fun doing it than rushing and having anxiety and frantically whatever. This is fun to me. Okay, so we did go over that. We went over that. I feel like I was just in the middle of something. It was slides I was looking for. This is the parable of Joseph Smith. Sorry, I'm squirreling a little bit. But in Matthew 1:27, he says, "And now I show unto you a parable. Behold, wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. So likewise shall mine elect be gathered from the four quarters of the earth." And this, to me, is an allusion to the return of the 10 tribes coming at the end of the Ezra's Eagle vision from Ezra. And the carcass is of the beast, the worldly kingdoms, as the nations fall, right? And the eagle, they're going to be gathered, trying to snatch up that tyrannical world power. This is the final fight for the new world order. Is what is this winding up scene? As all the nations start to collapse and fight and kill each other, and so this to me is a parable of that this final kingdom, America, and the three eagle heads and the buzzards that we are, basically, we will be found at the beast, the carcass of the beast, within the fallen kingdom. So that's just one little parallel. What was I looking for? I've got some cool symbolism, some actual diagrams here with Doctrine and Covenants 45 and the sign on the top of the conference center, the Alpha and the Omega, the Heaven Man, all of it. Again, with a cosmic framework, looking at the Doctrine and Covenants, it's this whole other thing. I could include it, I guess, in my scrub of the scriptures, but I think I'm gonna end with what I already have planned. Wrap that up. I feel like that's the right move. Oh, here's another cool slide that shows the swords as comets, how they were drawn back in late 1600s or 1700s. And they look like swords, like the sword of the Lord. And when the Lord says, my sword of indignation, or my sword in heaven is bathed in heaven, it's the same commentary language that Joseph Smith's talking about, that last grand sign before the glory of the Lord is seen by all. And it connects and docks to the earth. So there's more of that. I was looking for a specific word. What was it? Oh, it was Fabians. And then we read the Fabian thing. I think that was all I really wanted to say about it. That the Fabian Society, oh, it was in the process of time. Now I remember. Good. Memory worked. So the whole idea of the Fabian Society and their slow creep of socialism fits the language when the Lord is telling Joseph Smith, I think it's in 38, section 38, when he's saying, you know not, but the enemies, in secret chambers plot your destruction. Through process of time is what he describes it as. And that's exactly how this was all set up. This long process of time where they don't strike, they don't try to take over the world yet until what? Well, it makes sense that after World War II, they restructured and rebuilt, and they, if you know anything about Operation Paperclip and what the Nazis actually did and who they were funded by and the people that supported them in America and what happened to them, it's clear that it was a restructuring after World War II, and they spread their net even wider. And it was like they got ready for the real harvest, that all of these world wars that they promoted and instigated to rearrange the game board, they were just maneuvering so that they could set themselves up for what? Probably the final rug pull, which would be so violent, so drastic, so deceitful, so unreal, so science fiction, maybe like aliens and UFOs and technology that we think is from another planet. And we just give them authority. We just give our freedoms away to these benevolent creatures with this technology that is just like magic. But all the while, it was these same people suppressing technology, suppressing our finances, suppressing our freedom, and subverting our government, subverting our liberties, and subverting us through process of time and building this pit of deception for us. Luckily, the scriptures say that they will do this thing, and it will be a deception, and there will be many of the faithful who are deceived, but in the end, they fall into their own pit. Their own pit will be their own destruction. Their own deception will deceive themselves, and they will face judgment all the same, and the righteous will be protected. And that's the beauty, that's the great and terrible part of the judgment day. But I see what they're talking about, this Fabian waiting for the right moment to strike. And then even until some are saying, they wait too long, they should just go ahead and take over the world now. What's going on? You're in position of power, do it. Well, they're waiting until, in my opinion, the branches of social tethering, like religion and families and government and morals and all these things, are so thin that they can shake the whole board confidently, and they'll think that they'll all be broken. Little do they know, the one that survives is the stone cut without hands, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, this stone that has been set as the foundation stone that will not be disrupted by this grand deception coming. I hope that made sense to people. That was me just freestyling on this thing again, but let's get back to business. Hold up. We are coming up on 3 hours, and I want to kind of end right around there. I don't want to keep pushing them. Okay, let me just close my slides. See what I got here. I don't know if I read this or not, but this is kind of the goal I just had in my thought for this whole thing. And maybe let's put it up at the top. And so it's to outline the shadows pointed to in None Dare Call It Conspiracy and the sequel. Use this as a lead thread to pull on in order to identify the secret combination among the Gentiles today. We will weave a conspiratorial history timeline that aligns with prophecy and the rise and conflict of the dispensation of deceit with the dispensation of the fullness of times. And that might be two separate objectives, actually, because I haven't quite identified all the players and everything. I'd like to do that myself. Who are, the lead influencers and puppets and managers of the dispensation of deceit? We know who they are of the dispensation of the fullness of times because we don't hide anything. They're all prophets, and we have their writings and their sermons and their preachings and their journals and their journals of their wives and their and their kids' journals. We have so much documentation about these people that it's, to someone who can study and studies church history and stuff, it's a defense against people who want to slander them. Because you have to really be very selective to slander Joseph Smith, knowing what was written about him by people who knew him, knowing about what he has done and what has stood as his fruits through his efforts. It's compelling. Now, it's a little harder to find all the dispensation of deceit prophets and things because some of them don't want to be known. Some of them operate through several proxies. Some of them intentionally cover their tracks, right? That's what deception does. So it's a little harder, and that's why I think why this is not so, easily done now. But in our internet era, with the ability and the help of large language models and all kinds of things, before they completely censor them, I figure we might as well have fun with it and try and plot it out a little bit. Not that it matters a ton, but I think understanding the principles, like we said, are important, and like the prophets have said are important. We can pretty much identify different ideologies and ideas, theses, economic plans, whatever it might be, that are deceptive or leaning more towards a tyrannical, disposition, or an agency revoking, a compelling disposition rather than a freedom and liberty disposition. So back to my thread. I keep getting distracted. G. Edward Griffin was talking before I rudely interrupted.
The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage. The building of socialism is the communist revolution in America. It represents the process whereby our country can be moved gradually toward communism without the people even being aware of it.
This is something they talk about a lot in Nunn Cult Conspiracy, as well as Cleon Skousen's A Naked Communist, identifying socialism as the stepping stone. That, okay, you don't want communism right away? Well, we'll put in socialism, and essentially it's the same thing. It'll turn to communism or tyranny, depending on how the catalyzing events go. This is what he's just describing the same thing, and it's coherent amongst respected members of the church, apostles who pointed to these things and these ideas. G. Edward Griffin is harping and singing on the same note.
They have one and only one solution for all problems. More government, and then more and more until it's total government. Total government is communism. We must not be fooled into thinking that the causes of our civil turmoil are such things as poverty, poor housing, lack of education, and similar social or economic factors. As a matter of fact, most of today's self-styled revolutionaries, black and white, come from good homes, could earn better than average incomes if they wanted to work. And in fact, they're products of some of the finest institutions of higher learning. We mustn't resort to violence either as a means of furthering political or social goals. And we must do everything humanly possible to discourage others from doing so. We must support our local police.
Think about the opposites being presented here with the last few years with BLM and this defund the police movement and everything. Like, the pendulum swings couldn't be more visible to the person like soaking this in, just objectively looking back at the timeline of history and seeing these patterns play out. It's wild.
Nothing can be quite so damaging to police morale and efficiency as converting every arrest into a trial of the policeman instead of the criminal. Now,
that was in 1969. Think about how what he just said and that prophecy has been so fulfilled over the last, 30, 40, 50 years, 55, 6 years. That's amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have wondered why the Communist Party has been a staunch supporter of the drive to place a black studies curriculum into our high schools and colleges. Well, the reason becomes obvious the minute you take a look at the textbooks and the study guides. Under the guise of academic balance, these courses have become a brilliant device for conditioning young people to accept still one more part of the total program for revolution.
This fits with the advancement of the Fabian Society and other societies like that, subverting the universities and academia into sorry, I got a tickle. Into vain philosophies of men mingled with scripture, essentially like this social leaning, like we care for the liberties of people and we just want the rights of people and we love people, like this social civil rights leaning idea, but that is totally inverted in its intention and ultimate design. That's what he's describing.
We must discover the identity of those individuals, both above and below, who consciously are furthering the communist program for revolution, and then remove them from their positions of trust and leadership.
Now, this is imagine if these people got into office, right, above and below us, and they're sandwiching us foot mobsters and soldiers down below on the street rioting and pushing the woke agendas. And then in the universities and the elite academia and government and business circles and rings, you've got the same ideas pushed through DEI and racial division and shut your mouth and put your mask on and you will do as you say and give us more power and we control your money and your banking and all of this push from above and below, right? And what if you called that type of control system, those institutions, that bureaucracy, that net of control and unrighteous dominion that you've taken part in, what if you call that democracy? And then what if somebody came into office and was like, hey, that's bad, and you guys are lying, and hey, by the way, you guys are corrupt, and in fact, we shouldn't be doing this, and I'm going to fire and get rid of all of you. And then they said like, wow, democracy's under attack. Well, wouldn't that be quite the manipulation of language and turn of events? And I'm just saying, it'd be interesting.
Now, of course, the minute you begin to think along these lines, you'll become the target of a whole barrage of attacks. You'll be called a right-wing extremist, a fascist, or at least a dictator. Some years ago...
Oh my gosh, G. Edward Griffin, the prophet. I've been called by fellow members of the church. I've been called a Nazi and a racist and a far-right extremist and all kinds of things. Just for what? Just for supporting Ezra Taft Benson and guys like this, who want to see things clearly as the fabric of the conspiracy of history reveals when you look at the timeline in macro. Like zoom out and take a look. Look at the patterns. They reveal themselves if you would be objective, if you would look. And even more so, if you would lean on the words and the position that the prophets tell us to take. They say, hey, stand over here and support the Constitution and look at things this way. And you're going to see exactly how we see it. And they've told us from the beginning. And it was us who pushed them away. And we're like, nah, not very interested. In fact, things are going quite well right now. All is well in Zion. We don't want to hear this. And a lot of us fell asleep. But now it's time to awake.
I happened to attend a meeting where several anti-communist refugees from behind the Iron Curtain were called upon to relate their personal experiences. One of the refugees spoke up and he said, you know, I came to America expecting to find a nation of free men, but instead, I find exactly the same thing. Everywhere I look, I see men and women who know that communists are making headway in this country. They know that something must be done and that someone must stand up to them. But they themselves do nothing. They remain silent because they're afraid that if they speak out or take a stand publicly, it'll be bad for business. They may lose a client. They may even lose their jobs. If communism should ever come to America, we'll face more death, destruction, and human suffering than any people in history has ever faced at the hands of their invading conquerors. It's literally a question of life and death for all of us. And it's about time the American people began to face up to that fact and to act accordingly.
And I would say that man is full of light and truth and speaks the truth. Now, oh, Leland, you're so naive, though. We won the Cold War. We're the best, and all those warnings were just the noise of an excited old man in his age. Right. Let's jump to the late 80s then, real quick, and see if what those defected from communism warned us about, or see what those who defected from communism warned us about. This is Yuri Bezmenov.
The world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families.
Doesn't this sound like they run and seek for truth but know not where to find it? This is the exact pit that they've set up, this Fabian society and these communists, these socialists, these tyrannical mind warpers. They're like these leeches, these vampires, right? They've set this up just as it is. It's not coincidence that everybody's confused. It's not coincidence that nothing makes sense. It's not coincidence that like some celebrity got elected president and the whole world is shocked and acting like children. Like this is not coincidence. Okay, this is shock, blitzkrieg, mental warfare. We are in the middle of the peak psychological warfare that has ever existed on this planet, essentially, since the flood, I would guess. right? This is beyond Nimrod building a tower. This is the pit. This is the inverse, right? They're building a secret pit of technology and breakaway civilization type disparity between a slave class on the surface and the elites behind the scenes making secret combinations that when that rubber band snaps back and these two things are come together, which is what's bubbling to the surface right now as we speak, what I see the end of the Ezra Ezekiel prophecy alluding to, these heads waking up, eating each other, the eagle being burned, and ultimately the world descending in chaos before there is the hand of divinity placed upon the earth to settle it or to rock it and right it, right? So this is, as I get in my passion, I guess, with Edward Griffin, just like he was in his passion about this is life or death. To me, it's the same. It's a spiritual war, and it's spiritual life or death, and it's a mental, psychological war, and it's mental and psychological death. To be defenseless, to be unaware that you're constantly being attacked by mind manipulators who subvert even the things you think are okay. Even the Disney and Lord of the Rings and whatever movies and series that you can extract many gold nuggets from, there are still time bombs and claymores planted all throughout by these managers and planners who carefully craft these theories and webs over decades, generations, and millennia. That's the nature of the beast we're dealing with. And until we admit that, the conspiracy of history as an idea, as a whole, becomes untouchable. Nobody's going to be able to be on that level of understanding and communicate with you to talk about something like this if they can't get past that. So here's more of Yuri.
Their community and their country. It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow.
Hold up, Ben says, what I love about the KGB phrase, aktivye medias. I don't know how to how's that? I'm just trying to mimic what he said on the video. But he says, it literally translates to active activities. Such an apt description of causing the populace to run around like chickens with their heads cut off, not knowing where to find truth. Yeah, exactly. And that's wonderful. Transliterated. Aktivnie meropryetya. I don't know. I never learned. My brother actually served in Ukraine and speaks and can read Cyrillic and some Russian and Ukrainian. Me, not so much. I can just do accent sometimes. Little bit of Russian. But that's me. Okay, so back to Yuri.
It's divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being...
Listen to what he's talking about. Back in the 80s, they're talking about these guys were already looking to attack your children in schools, the things they were learning in schools and the things they brought up. Think about how many single moms and parents and stuff weren't that smart or whatever, sent their kids to school and were so proud that they were going to school, and the kids came back and changed the whole dynamic of the house or the philosophies of tradition and morals, and there's lots of movies about that too, and it's you should be free to choose what you want, and they're just destroying these ancient traditions, these old familiar traditions, which in some cases is good, right? You have a lot of wicked traditions and vain traditions of fathers. That's a warning in the Book of Mormon. So I'm not saying it's all bad, and not everything that evil people do are all bad all the time, otherwise it wouldn't be effective. So they're doing, I think you guys get what I'm saying. Maybe not, but I realized I was just getting excited about something we all know. But let's jump back. I'll stop interrupting Mr. Guri.
Being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until...
Okay, anybody who has tried to have a conversation or a debate or anything with a liberal or somebody who is demoralized, you will have experienced the same type of thing he's describing. That it doesn't matter what you show them. It doesn't matter what source you call, they are demoralized to accept the government narrative, the propaganda narrative. They are resigned to accept it as their gospel truth because that was the intention. They are caught in it.
He's going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization.
A colorful way of saying it, that they will have a comeuppance, my sir. A kick in the balls, he says.
This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence...
Think of what Donald Trump came in to reverse and was so vocal about. Bolstering up the defense, which he said Obama and the previous people had depleted. The economy, the same thing, saying Clinton and Bush and all these people had got us into bad trade deals, the worst of ever, and we were paying too much everywhere else. And what was the other one? Military defense. He said something else.
Of Marxist-Leninist ideas.
No, I didn't mean to go all the way back.
And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of...
Think about what they did with COVID and how they attempted and practiced. It was like an echo. It was like all right, we're going to send a test signal, a test beep to the world to see what our net and web of influence and managers can actually do to demand unrighteous dominion from people, like asking for liberties that they aren't obligated to give us. Let's see what we can do. And they go ping, and they sent out it to the world. So it wasn't just one nation that this active measures were being applied to, like Yuri is talking about with the United States and possible, communist subversion, but or any other country where they go about doing it. But think of it on a global scale happening today. That's what I see as going on with the technocrats and the people that want to merge us with machines. And they all have a certain vision for the future of the world. And it doesn't really include the gospel prophetic take of Jesus Christ or his prophets. And that's why all nations will fall, is because they've set up on a false vision. Okay, but I digress and I keep interrupting.
Of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the...
This is like hope and change and all kinds of stuff, and we're here. This was 40 years ago. Think of the presidents that took office afterwards and the things they promised and the things that they delivered. It's just evident.
Promises are fulfilled or not. Your leftists in the United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist.
And I would gather to say what he could continue on there into modern times and point out things happening in the world today with conflicts. So, okay. An objective look at the last 30 years witnesses to the exact things we have been warned about. Ezra's Eagle prophecy fits perfectly with all this. Kennedy and Nixon, and even Reagan, who was shot, were all threatened and removed or cuffed in line by the conspiracy. So you have Kennedy shot. You have Reagan removed with Watergate, and then, Nixon removed with Watergate. Yeah. So, what have been the populist or the Gentile populist movements if we're looking out at the political scene in America as members of the church, what have been the populist Gentile movements or organizations that have embraced this warning and who oppose communism directly? Well, one was the John Birch Society that Ezra Taft Benson did point to a lot, and then he kind of shied away from later. They became subverted, right? The conservative movement, i.e. YAF, Young American Foundation or whatever, the Heritage Foundation and CPAC, these are the ones now. The Tea Party movement of the early 2000s, and then most recently, it would be the America First movement. So any others that you can think of? And if you can think of any, let me know. But these are kind of the main ones I could think of since World War II, basically. Now, what happened to those organizations? And what I'm suggesting is that they were actively subverted. If you see, like, if they're opposing the conspiracy, the communists, they're not just going to, like, play nice and be like, oh, we can't let the good guys, get a position to influence the same people we're trying to influence. They're going to put people in, and they're going to make it a globo homo one thing. When I say globo homo, I mean it's homogenized, a global homogenized thing, a new world thing, all one part of the octopus. You subvert it to the point that you have influence over it. Basically, you can nudge it the way you want, or you can poison the well. You can put a plant in who just does things to embarrass the society and remove credibility. Those are tactics that you would use to, in an ideological war where people are using words as their weapons, ideas as their weapons. You would try and make it as confusing as possible, as we're talking about, this fog of confusion, this war, this mist of darkness. So what happened and what is still happening to Donald Trump, who represents the America First iteration of this opposing populist side? Has he opposed communism or socialism directly? It's a question. Are they currently removing him still or thinking of ways to do it? You're living through it still. So let's watch this. It's kind of loud. Sorry. Let me try.
Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country.
Okay. I don't know why my thing's buffering. I think my stream is struggling after 3.5 hours here. So I apologize if it's dropped in quality for anybody listening or watching. This is an experiment. It's my first one, so didn't know how it would go. But I just want to, let's see if I can play it to get the audio on it, because this is what I'm asking. I'm saying, has he opposed communism or socialism directly? And are they trying to remove him because of it? And I like how it zooms in on Bernie Sanders here, because he's like a well-known, everybody calls him a communist. So, all right, it's going to be loud. I'm sorry. I'm just going to listen to it because I want to hear it.
Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country.
How about this one?
One of the most serious challenges our countries face is the specter of socialism. It's the wrecker of nations and destroyer of societies. Events in Venezuela remind us all that socialism and communism are not.
Oh my gosh, the stuttering is pretty frustrating. I'm sorry, guys. It doesn't do this when I'm not streaming. But the point is, it's clear that he opposes communism and socialism. And so if we're just looking at this lens, it becomes pretty clear. Now, that doesn't mean he's not immune to influence from all the cabinet people and the tentacles that they wrap around him and that he has even by him close. But what are his fruits? He has come out in their faces to all these people. He went to the UN. He did it at a State of the Union address. He went to the very den of robbers and said it to their face that, like, America's not going to be communist, socialist. It's not going to be your boot. So to me, it makes sense why the whole world all of a sudden turned in 2016 and reeled their head and started spitting acid and at the orange man bad. He's a Russian. Like, it's just every lie you could think of, every Mockingbird CIA asset in the media they could drum up started dancing to the tune that Trump was Hitler and the death of democracy, Well, again, if we're looking at this as a military-industrial complex that had infiltrated our government and had called democracy their bludgeoning of the other nations through revolutions unjustly, and the exercise of unrighteous dominion through wars and terrors and rumors of wars, well, then all of this makes total sense. But it's inverted to see it this way, to what the media presents it as, or what most people do. And even members of the church don't look at it this way, or if you try to present this, they get offended, or it's a hot button issue that brings so much emotion into it. When to me, it's just like, no, I've always been leaning on the prophets, and this fits the mold. But we know how it ends, that it's not the happy ending that anybody fanfaring for the populist movements wants it to be or desires it to be. Like, there's no repenting at this point. Now that we've seen the fruits of abortion and the nasty combinations reveal themselves in these latest wars, and the fleecing of the American taxpayer and Medicare. Oh my gosh, it has a mind of its own. It's okay, I was rambling anyways. But so this is where we can go into the America First movement, the Q operation, the back channel, that further to dissect what's going on behind the scenes of America's Great Awakening. I'm very tired of many who I love who have been totally blind to what is happening while we live. And I hope in these Perplexities, this Perplexity series, I hope to do that. I've already started. I can actually show you on this one. I'll show you guys. I have a board directly for, I called it mapping, for these Q drops. For presentation, I've got slideshows leading up into it, like where it comes from, what it actually is, why it should be taken into consideration at all. Like, why do I see it with any seriousness at all? Because when you're looking at the conspiracy of history, this whole timeline of military-industrial takeover that we've been talking about, a Fabian takeover of America, using it as a bludgeon for like a one-world government move, a power play. These drops, they're playing in the same harmony. They're playing the same drum. They're connecting the same dots that prophecy does. But it's concerning because it's basically an open admission behind the scenes of a spy versus spy engagement going on, like an intelligence war that is coming to the surface, and lives are being cost because of it. Like, lives are being affected because of it. Whether we look at COVID as a deployment in response to this, and Trump and his existence at all, this is a stick in the wheel that had been placed in motion through process of time for the secret combinations. And so they've had to be more active in trying to deal with it. And in doing so, they've overplayed their hand to many and caused a great awakening, right? It's like the Streisand effect. The more they tried to call this thing ridiculous, the more people looked at it, and the more people, instead of listening to the media, started digging in for themselves and started to find that, wow, there's actually more truth in what these things were saying at the times they were being said and released than looking back now, than the media was being honest with us. Because these things are like, they're delicious to read and fun. Again, I stopped talking about them a long time ago because lots of members of the church even that I thought would be like, oh, recognize that this is something that would fit into a prophetic view of world events and geopolitics and the things going on, and the reaction to Trump and MAGA and all of it in general, and the rise of communism, socialism, race wars, and all this once again, that like, oh, you would go into Ezra Taft Benson mode and read these things for yourself and actually see that they're talking about the same things None Dare Call It Conspiracy was alluding to and pointing to, and how it evolved and how it matters to modern day stuff. Like, I can't wait to get into these. So maybe that's something people aren't interested in. I would love to just get it off my chest, to be like, to the people that think I'm stupid for even having, or gullible for having fallen for Q or blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not playing the same game. And it's obvious to somebody who has read the drops and who is aware of conspiracy stuff beforehand, who isn't a baby in awakening, right? It's insulting. And so I just stopped talking about it altogether because I believe in the prophecy of Ezra's Eagle. And so I'm not going to be a hype man for the pro-Trump propaganda that is Q and all of the Q people. I prefer their media and their take on the news more than I do the mainstream or even the independent shills like the Ben Shapiro's or the Charlie Kirks, etc. They're like mid-tier that don't talk about conspiracy really, unless it's safe, unless YouTube allows them to be monetized. The Q stuff is like for the 4chan people, the people who aren't afraid to dig into the internet and find where truth can be found without somebody gatekeeping for you and herding you into a controlled narrative like the propaganda machine likes to flaunt and claim that they have power to do, and that they do. See, I'm very mature. Anyways, These are those drops, and I know I've said I would do something else, so I'm going to close this out so I don't get tempted to go into there anymore tonight. But this is what I'm kind of referring to when I say this is where we can go into the America First movement and the Q Operation back channel to further dissect what is going on behind the scenes of America's Great Awakening. I'm very tired of many who I love who've been totally blind to what is happening while we live. Like, we're living through the greatest movie ever. Like, the greatest soap opera ever is happening daily in the news, and you can connect it to the temple and the restoration, the second coming, the gathering of Israel. Like, all of it's connected in my mind when you see it through this lens, through this prism of the gospel. Now, you continue to watch pundits who are designed to herd you into false binary arguments or positions that are opposite the truth. Align your view of current events with prophecy and feel the peace of God. We are in the most perilous and yet the most exciting time of our nation. So many of you assume that there's no good guys fighting behind the scenes, or so many of you assume that there are no good guys fighting behind the scenes, as if the last 100 years of fighting communism and socialism and globalism has not been as calculated or as real as the evil conspirators' well-oiled machine. I ask you to humbly revisit that assumption, is what I meant to say. That, like, we look at the conspiracy of the dispensation of deceit and we're like, oh my gosh, it's like a well-oiled machine. How scary is that? And we assume that there's nobody that's smart and in positions of power who sees what's going on, who hasn't been fighting it alongside, like, the whole time. That defies the law of oppositions that we know. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm pointing to the Q Operation as an attempt by good guys, I think, on the inside to fight what's been going on. But ultimately, I think the fight is going to get kinetic. It's going to boil over because those who are at risk of losing it all are willing to take it all instead of give it up, right? And so I don't think it's going to be a happy ending, but at the same time, I am encouraged and lifted up to see that there's a movement going on behind the scenes of patriots who love the Constitution, who feel those men were inspired just as I do, and who would fight to the death and on the blood of their ancestors to protect those same freedoms for their children here on this country today. That's the same kind of constitutional reverence that I hold and that I was raised to have, and that I believe the prophets have instructed us to treat that sacred document and our freedoms and our ability to be alive in this time as the seed of Joseph in his promised land in the Americas here. It's our responsibility to be educated about it and to fight against the very things suffocating it. So this is what I see exciting happening, is that it's all coming to the scene, and the seeming clowny, like the wild nature of current events, the acceleration of things is evidence. It's evidence of all of this. Now, if nobody was talking about assassination attempts or Trump maybe not making it to office or blah, 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 then like we could dismiss these prophecies outright. But think of how many people outside of our small church membership who believes in that prophecy or sees it the way that it is, how it opens up this end times as like a runway of, okay, here's what's going to happen, right? And it's been happening. And we still have some time yet before someone's inaugurated, right? For things to still happen. And the conditions seem right. Like the waters seem like the fish are biting. And so I would not take your line out early. All right. You are a good guy, right? Not everybody in Washington is corrupt and compromised, though we may be astonished at how high the rate and contamination is. According to prophecy, when Joe Biden is removed, all hell will break loose because there is a fight. So wake up, rise up, educate yourself on the inspired constitution of this promised land. Educate yourself on the prophecies associated with this land. The Book of Mormon is a roadmap for how to fight, how to teach, how to live through the destruction that comes. In the Book of Mormon, the first advent of Christ is what follows the cleansing of America by cosmic force. They live for centuries after in a Zion-like state. The same is coming for America now. After the conflict, it will be the millennium and Christ will be with us. And from here to the rest of the world. So that's the end of that thread. And I like that. And I'm going to save it. And I think I already put it on my doc because I'm going to use some of those videos and slides for a presentation on these things. Like I want to present like a timeline history so anybody can show it to their kids or families or just something to visit and study over and over again, or use it as a jump point for a further in-depth study on your own or something. That's what I want to do. I just want to leave as many breadcrumbs as I can to give people hope and faith and to see the vision. So let's close that out. We'll close out Kindle. Oh, I had it there. And then let's open up SoundCloud, and I'll do Eagle Hop to end this out. I appreciate everybody. But But let's do SoundCloud. We'll just kind of go over the lyrics of Eagle Hop here. And if you don't know, it's just a little tutorial on how to navigate my music. Maybe many of you just like don't like my style of music, and that's okay. But I appreciate that you still listen to my ramblings on doctrine and stuff. But the best way to do it is to just hit the tracks here, or I come down normally. What do I normally do? I come down to where it says tracks and do see all. Maybe that's on mobile. So yeah, right here I'd go to tracks. And then if you keep scrolling, scroll down as far as you can if you want to get a playlist or you want it to play all of my songs. Otherwise, it'll only play like whatever it loads right up front. And I've got so many songs that this is the way to do it. Either you do it this way or you just go to my playlist that says the Leland Story and it's got like 100 plus tracks. Then you just play that playlist and it's got all these songs in it as well. In fact, that's the easier way to do it. But let me show you what I meant. Since I scrolled down and loaded them all, if I hit play and I open the next up, it's going to show that now all of them are loaded to play one after the other. So I do that. But let me turn that up. So here's how I'll show you the easy way to do it. You go to my playlists and then scroll down to the Leland Story. It happens to be at the very bottom. But it's got 138 tracks and it should have all of them. So you can just play that without worrying about it. But I usually do this because the Leland Story sometimes doesn't have, like I put them in specific order in that one. And so I want the newest ones that I made. I kind of listen to those the most. And then I'll dip back into my old ones. Anyways, I'm talking too much. So here it is. Let me open up. I think I've got the lyrics here. So I'll stop. I played this at the beginning. So I'm not going to play it through one time. I'm going to play it and kind of stop it and go over these lyrics and explain it for you. Just like where I was at writing it. Because at the end, like I said, it relates to this eagle head, the three heads, and who I think they are. That's why it's called Eagle Hop. And it has to do with propaganda, just phrasing it here. So a lot of mind control, the same stuff we did. The first two verses, now that I'm remembering, I love Mary Poppins. It's I'm connected to it. My childhood, watched a lot, had great memories. My favorite song is Chim Chimney. I wanted to be a chimney sweep after watching it. Just like, anyways. So that's who Michael and Jane are in this. Michael and Jane are the two children in Mary Poppins, and so they'd understand the first line, which is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, a word from Mary Poppins. So that's how it starts. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's me. Woo! Okay.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? They come around, but they never come close.
So that whole line on the back there is they come around, but they can never come through. They come around, but they never come through. In my mind, thinking about this too, it's all the time. It's the government, man. It's these nasty politicians. It's the people promising you the mountains and who are ready to crush you with their boot. This is that idea. Or it could be friends who never come around, or they come around but they never come through. Like they're there to mooch off you, but they're not there to see you for who you are. That whole idea.
This beats make it funky.
They come around, but they never come close.
Yeah, it's a funky beat, Ben.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you are a Michael or a Jane, then you know this. Joy in the ordinary, present in the moment. It's a spoonful of sugar to hit the diabetes quotient.
All right, so that verse is tight. I like it. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you are a Michael or a Jane, then you know this. Again, the two kids from the movie, because they were taught it by Mary Poppins. It says joy in the ordinary, because that's what Mary was teaching them. Like, take a walk, go do this, let's go to the park, let's take a bath, and we're going to use our imagination. Right? So she's saying joy in the ordinary, present in the moment. It's a spoonful of sugar to hit the diabetes quotient. So that's a little bark at nutrition and things like that, where she's giving them a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down, right? But to me, it's like, look at the fat kids and the obesity problem in America and the sugar and everything. And it's just, again, a little bit of propaganda, even in the movies that I love, when you see how things are. And this next verse too, it just, I go a little psychedelic with it, where I say, Mary popping off, passing out the potions, floating in the bathtub, floating in the ocean. Because there's the scene where she gives them their medicine, and then they go take a bath. And when they get in the bath, man, they take a journey, because they don't just get in the bath. They go into like some ocean psychedelic vision where they're swimming with dolphins, and it's just it's quite the scene. So that's kind of where I had on my mind in this, where it was just kind of like, all right, this is definitely a product of the Cold War era, the post-World War II psychedelia. So we have Clean the Soot Out with Chim Chimney Motion. I had to give a shout out to Chim Chimney. So clean the soot out with Chim Chimney Motion. They be driving plot now with the power over emotion. And what I'm talking about is that's exactly what movies, Hollywood, music, all of our us as entertainers, that's what we're trying to do to you. We're trying to capture and hook you and spear you in the heart. Because when is somebody most susceptible? When are they most listening? When are they most going to feel your vibrations? Is when you touch their heart. Singing touches the heart. That's why it's so powerful. That's why our hymns and everything like make a grown man cry when you hear Gethsemane and these little kids singing it, is because you cannot help but feel it in your heart, and you feel their hearts. It's heart-to-heart communication at the fullest, right? So what would be the best way to subvert your desires, your heart, your lusts? Well, imagine if they could put these messages right into the movies you watch, right into the things you consume, the programming you put into your mind, right? That's exactly what I'm referencing with all of this. So let me just play it because I'm talking too much now.
Pop popping off and passing out the potions, the diabetes quotient. Mary pop popping off and passing out the potions, floating in the bathtub, floating in the ocean. Clean the soot out with Chim Chimney Motion. They be driving plot now with the power over emotion. Lights, camera, and then action. Off into space with the time held captive. Altered in the mind state, open to a thought. They be glued to the television, begging for the plot.
Now this is like me as the narrator, kind of bringing in a new scene for you. Well, all of a sudden you see, like if I were to do a video, in fact, I'm speaking this out loud, but the whole time I wrote this song, I had a vision of how this music video should be, where it's literally me, and I've got the means to do it because I got a green screen up on my garage, like that I could throw up, and I want to have my son, he's turning 12, I want to have him be the video man for me because he's been making videos for stuff he does, and so I want to kind of involve him in my own stuff, and so I'm going to have him film me, but it's just going to be me like looking into the camera and being as serious as possible with my looks, but while I'm dancing and like speaking this beat, like you're going to see me like mouthing the beat, like looking straight into the camera. But it's going to be like, man, why is he so serious about all this? Like that's the kind of look and vibe I wanted to get off, and sharp dancing. Like I'm a pretty good dancer, and so it'll be kind of my debut to the world to see that old man, gray hair's got some moves. But like I've got this vision for how this will go. And then right here, it's like the narrator coming in after you've been talking about Mary Poppins and kind of taking a little journey that way. And then all of a sudden, I want to talk more broadly about Hollywood and movies in general. And so I'm bringing in this scene where I go, lights, camera, and then action, off into space with the time held captive. That's like where you're at the movies, right? You go there and just time stops, and all you can think about is the movie. That's why you go there, to escape. You want to be there to be taken over. You want to tell a vision. You want to see a vision, and you want them to tell it to you, right? This is what we're talking about when they say, drive and plot now with the power over emotion. You're susceptible there. Your heart's open. And so that's where you say, give it to me, bring it to me. Tell me the message. So this is what I'm getting at here. Off into space with the time held captive. Altered in the mind state, open to a thought. Because that's what it is. When you're susceptible and your heart's open, you're in an altered mind state. You're susceptible, right? So open to a thought. They be glued to the television begging for the plot, right? And this is just the state of the Netflix brainiac. Right? Who's the almanac that can quote every new show on Netflix right now and every culture, and he's got side jokes for every show that you could know, and but I tie it back to the gospel, and like sure maybe they do, but like man, people be glued to the television begging for a story other than looking at the scriptures themselves, other than looking at the story happening around us today, which I'm trying to point out with this Perplexities project. Look at the history. It is more intriguing, more amazing than any science fictional epilogue that you could write, or like whatever, like magnum opus that you could dream up. The real life you are living is exponentially more exciting, especially when you see it through the prism of a cosmic perspective, of a Jesus Christ-centered temple perspective. Sorry, I get in my passion with my music because I see this. I see like all of a sudden, the lights, camera, and then action. I can see what my face looks like even as it's recording. So when it happens, and if it's like it, it's going to be like, it'll bring me to my knees. But I can feel it. So, all right, we'll continue.
Play the part, you will clap, you will laugh. You'll embrace a new message over those of the past. Trust the media, trust in the badge. We will tell you what to think, and we will tell you how to act.
Okay, so there they are. Now there's the message coming from the TV, and I want to hit it again because I love this. I put the claps in there too. That's me clapping in the back when it says, play the part, you will clap, you will laugh, you will embrace a new picture over those of the past. So it's just fire.
Man, it sucks. You're saying
Altered in the mind state, open to a thought. Then be glued to the television, begging for the plot. play the part. You will clap, you will laugh, you'll embrace a new message over those of the past. Trust the media, trust in the badge. We will tell you what to think and we will tell you how to act.
So I just love that. I mean, again, I can see, I know what I look like, because I look crazy when I get in my passion. I get all red. I have these veins pop out of my head, and you wouldn't expect it out of me because I don't look like I'm singing what you hear coming out of here. Like, I can't wait to show you guys. It's gonna be great. And maybe it never happens, but I can see it in my head. Okay. So after that, here's the alter ego that comes in. So this is like, again, I'm talking to somebody and telling them about, I'm warning my neighbor, right? This is the guy that I'm talking to. He's going to say, man, this sucks. What you're saying is too much. I'm struggling around to try and make a couple bucks. I be down upon my luck while they're laughing in my face, man. These thieves in my government, a shameful disgrace is what he says.
It's too much. I be struggling around to try and make a couple bucks. I be down upon my luck while they're laughing in my face. These thieves in my government's a shameful disgrace.
Now unburdened, we can go back to the future.
All right, so I had to throw a little Kamala jab in there. So I said, now unburdened, we can go back to the future. That's all that was. That's just a little unburdened by our Matrix paradigm. We can go back to the future. And so now I'm going to jump in, and this verse is going to be a whole nother movie. So we're going to talk about a little bit of Back to the Future and how that's got some propaganda in it by the same New World Order. All right, so let's just do
With Marty and Doc and the Iranians featured.
Remember, who did Doc steal the plutonium from that he needed to make the flux capacitor work to reach the limit he needed to go back to the future with the technology he had? That was way advanced more than anybody, right? He's traveling in time, affecting things in the past and the future because he has that kind of advantage over the normal person because he's smart. He's a scientist, right? He stole it from the Iranians. Oh, man. This goes deep because this is kind of like as is fiction, as is real life and what's going on today. But so it says Marty and Doc and the Iranians. And by the way, Rick and Morty is a total parody on this whole idea as well. This whole Illuminati type foreshadowing that goes. I love Back to the Future. It's one of my favorite movies. Again, grew up an 80s kid, and Back to the Future is one of my favorite. The opening scene where he blasts the speaker with his guitar, and all those crazy contraptions and machines, the Rube Goldberg machines that Doc's got all set up in his laboratory, and just even the timers to feed the dog with the dog food. Like, I just love that movie, right? Formational movie for me, but it is smothered in Illuminati type, like New World Order symbolism and foreshadowing to 9/11, and that's what I'm getting at here. Where it's attacked at the Twin Pines. The mall that Doc was shot at by the Iranians and attacked, there was a terror attack, was called the Twin Pines, right? And there's a scene also in the movie in Back to the Futures after Marty does leave, or maybe it's when he returns, and there's fire on the streets near the bell tower. It makes a 9/11 with the two streaks of fire and the light on the side, like it says 9/11 straight up. But in Back to the Future 2, you go back to that same park where the terrorist attack happened to Doc, and it's not the Twin Pines anymore, but the Lone Pine Mall is what it's called. And this was before 9/11. Like, it's just interesting. So, and then also you have at the clock tower, twin lines. That's what I'm talking about. 911 at the clock tower, twin lines. So that's what that's a reference to, is the 9/11 that's shown in the movie to kind of foreshadow this whole thing. But it says at the clock tower too. In a Saturnian perspective, this is funny to me. This is maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's them like flaunting a little bit of the esoteric, because you have what is it that affects time, that causes Marty and Doc to be able to go back and change time or affect the times and seasons, essentially, right? But a lightning bolt to generate enough electrical power, essentially, from where? From a clock tower. A clock tower, well, the Saturnian tower, the Saturnian discharge that was the flood of Noah, which would have been a lightning bolt, like a lightning strike from Saturn, a discharge from Saturn as it separated from being our primary star and was captured by the sun. And you have a change in time. So you have this like Back to the Future type, a flaunting of esoteric knowledge is the way I see it as well. It's kind of maybe a stretch, but that's what I'm doing here with this, is that I see that when I'm watching Back to the Future, when I'm hearing these lyrics, it's tying all this together to me, to the conspiracy happening, to, again, perpetuate never-ending wars. So what do I say? I say, at the clock tower, twin lines, false flags, corrupt color revolutions, Fabian capture of critical institutions. Well, we just went over who the Fabians are, right? And so there it is right in my rhyme where I'm talking about a slow creeping through process of time capture of all our critical institutions. So we go back to go forward, to stop the beast before the beast destroys us. So, right, we've got to understand our history. And just like the Old Testament and the New Testament and prophecy, prologue, or the past is prologue. Exodus is the apocalypse. We can know the future by looking to the past. So this is what this is. We go back to go forward, to stop the beast before the beast destroys us, right? Recognize it for what it is. So who you got in your ear, and who you got programming you that you got to hear. Who you got in the grind of all your emotional gears, demanding that you listen and telling you what to fear, huh? That's what I say here. Let's listen.
Uranium attacked at the Twin Pines, 911 at the clock tower, twin lines, false flags, corrupt color revolutions, Fabian capture of critical institutions. We go back to go forward, to stop the beast before the beast destroys us. So who you got in your ear, and who you got programming you that you gotta hear, and who you got in the grind of all your emotional gears, demanding that you listen and telling you what to fear, huh?
So the next part here says, spells cast. So like a spell being cast, like wizards and warlocks, right? Spells cast by the media in mixture, from the chokehold on authoritative fixtures. In the ocean of the propaganda pictures, they can talk about discernment, but they never read the scriptures. I love this line.
Spells cast by the media in mixture, from the chokehold on authoritative fixtures. In the ocean of the propaganda pictures, they can talk about discernment, but they never read the scriptures.
They come around, but they never come through, it says. All right, another verse.
Out of the mouth and my heart will speak like...
Oh, that's familiar. Out of the mouth and my heart will speak, like drawn from the well, from the coffers of the deep. Well, what do you have in your coffers but treasure? And here's a reference to the crystal heart. I always try to put a white stone in every song that I write, to be honest, so not a surprise. But out of the mouth and my heart will speak, like drawn from the well, from the coffers of the deep. Sleep with the fishes like a vessel on the sea. Father, heap all the riches of the Gentiles on me. So again, I'm thinking of a treasure chest under the sea. Father, heap all the riches of the Gentiles on me. Again, the blessing of the Israelites during the Passover, that the Egyptians gifted them all of their riches essentially to like, go, leave us, please. Take your Lord with you. And that's kind of the idea. The second coming, you're going to see a repeat of Passover in a lot of similar ways. Okay. Then I say, keep with the Lamb of the hour at hand. Speak with the power by the Spirit in the promised land. Now, where's the promised land? Well, for every tribe, it's a little different. But for me and for my family, we are here in the land of Joseph. Send the pillar of light to fight when you can. That's the pillar and the glory that we've been talking about all throughout this episode, right? Make a complex from this reborn simple man. I like that, little play on words. Because I'm a reborn simple man and born into something more complex, elevated, exalted into something more material, something more active, something more affecting, something more brilliant, shining, more complex. When the time flies off and off course, this is kind of the chorus that I repeat. It's the only thing I repeat twice, because this is where I'm switching now from talking about personal things and people and secret combinations, and then I, like in section 28, jump up into the planetary catastrophe portion of judgment, which essentially all of this is leading up to, talking about mind control and the war of agency versus coercion, and it being affected at the lowest level, our thoughts, or that smallest level. Is where it goes. So let's listen. I'm getting ahead of myself, though, so we'll listen.
Drawn from the well, from the coffers of the deep. Sleep with the fishes like a vessel on the sea. Father, heap all the riches of the Gentiles on me. Keep with the Lamb of the hour at hand. Speak with the power by the Spirit in the promised land. Send a pillar of light to fight when you can. Make a complex from this reborn simple man. When the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black. The planets are as orphan.
Okay. When the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black. The planets are as orphans. This is the sun turning black and the stars falling from heaven, heaving themselves to the earth, right? The earth leaning to and fro. When the time flies off and off course, this is, well, if the sun goes dark and things start to change, well, we're not going to really be able to tell time the same way. And this is how the millennium wraps up with, again, an angel finally standing on the earth, settling it, and it's saying time no longer, right? That all of a sudden time changes. The times and seasons are changed by the very Lord of heaven and earth. And so this is what I'm referencing here, is that this is the big repetition that I have, where when the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black, the planets are as orphans, like their father has abandoned them essentially, and so they gather. When the sign of the Lord it comes forth, and this is the very sign of the Lord that we're referring to earlier, right? This comet or planet. When the sign of the Lord it comes forth, like a force from the east, and the wicked to their sorcery. So you're going to have the division at that point, where all of the righteous will know the Lord is coming, and they will turn to their white magic, right? Their their faith and their priesthood and their ordinances, and the wicked to their sorcery and their wicked rites and perversions. It says, when the stars fall down like the horsemen, angels. So again, here I am stacking these symbols on planets, stars, horsemen, angels, burning all the carnal men and forcefully, men alive, men of cloth, men of light. So here we're talking about the return of resurrected beings, the return of quickened men, right? The light of the Lord from his glory of all this thing coming down. The return of the 10 tribes, the peaceable group that the man riding on a mountain brings from 2nd Ezra's, right? Men alive, men of cloth, men of light, men of peace, men of order follow with the men of Christ. So that's kind of the word.
When the sign of the Lord, it comes forth like a force from the east, and the wicked to their sorcery. When the stars fall down like the horsemen, angels burning all the carnal men and forcefully. Men alive, men of cloth, men of light, men of peace, men of order follow with the men of Christ. Christ.
All right, so there's the alter ego who comes back, and now he's been ignited. Spiritual arson has worked. He said, I can't believe this is a little too much. And he's like, man, this sucks. Now he's like, okay, our country to save. We're American made on the blood of our fathers in their tombs and their graves. So he's almost making an oath, a covenant. It's kind of like a war cry. This is a Moroni tearing you know what I'm talking about. The thing, the thing. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. The Moroni banner, the title of liberty. Holy moly. You know it's late. We're pushing 4 hours, bros. All right. A country to save. We're American made on the blood of our fathers in their tombs and their graves. Title of liberty. Thank you, Ben. Thank you. I knew you'd come through if I waited long enough. All right. So here's the last verse where now I get into, these are the 3 heads. And now I kind of talk about present time. So I bring in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. So again, it's kind of like a hypnotic, bringing you back to the beginning because we're about to close it up. A little chiastic in why I bring that word back. Because to me, it sparks. You're like, oh, this is how he said that word at the beginning. Like, okay, I know that word, and I can sing that next time. You know, like that's one that's a hook. Now I say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you were listening to Leland, then you know this. Now I say operandi modus. Look around and notice. Operandi modus means what? Mode of operating. How things work. How somebody operates. How a system operates, right? So I say operandi modus. Look around and notice. Like, just look around and notice, guys. Dance like POTUS, so we gather all the voters. This is one of those parts that I knew how it would go. And I actually put this line in because I wanted to do the Donald Trump dance in the video. Because the whole video, I'm going to be super serious and looking straight at like blood vessels and just like, And yeah, definitely, Ben, I'm going to have scenes on the green screen. Maybe not so psychedelic. Well, I guess maybe I think most people consider my layered sacred geometry stuff pretty psychedelic, which it's fine. So like, yeah, definitely psychedelic stuff in the back, but like more like clips of the stuff I'm talking about, whether it's the movies, the movie scenes, those very things, those will kind of be flashing in the background and kind of overlaid on me. Like there's a projector, but not really, like that whole thing. But then right here, say dance like POTUS, so we gather all the voters. I'm gonna be doing the Trump dance, like all of a sudden, but with a serious face. Like I won't break character. That's gonna be hard, especially with my son. He's funny. Okay. And then everything changes, right? So here's where Donald Trump it's like, oh, we're so excited. The Donald Trump dance comes back. But then it's where the tone of the song kind of goes into like, if a flashbang goes off, like you got that ringing all of a sudden coming into your ears, like that's kind of the feeling I'm going for with this part where I come in and I say, explosion system closures, fall of the Gentiles, revealed vultures. Like it's like, oh my goodness, there's a reveal, an explosion, a something, a transformation, a chemical reaction happens that puts a Trump in things. And then this is where I give a couple lines to each of the heads that I kind of think. So let's listen to it first, and then I'll kind of go into the explanation.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. If you were listening to Leland, then you know this. Operandi modus. Look around and notice. Dance like POTUS, so we gather all the voters. Explosion system closures. Fall of the Gentiles, revealed vultures. Trampled rights, enslaving people. Look for the carcass and we'll find all the eagles.
There's that reference to the Joseph Smith Matthew parable where he's talking about where the carcass is, you will find the eagles. Right. And so this is my lead into explosion, system closure. So something happens where the normal succession of presidential powers is not normal. It's like something happened. Like that's the suggestion in the prophecy. So maybe it's an explosion, maybe not. That's just what came inspired to me. So that's what I put in there. Now, I say fall of the Gentiles, revealed cultures. Because as all this happens and the secret combinations openly reveal themselves to having been wielding unrighteous dominion in the name of democracy and using America as their bludgeon, this is the fall of the Gentiles. This is the fall of the Western world, where everything will turn back to the Jews and the 10 tribes return and all that stuff. Everything will turn back to Jerusalem, and that will be the focus once the Western world collapses, essentially. So fall of the Gentiles, revealed vultures, right? And there's that vultures to eagles parallel as well. It's kind of leading into this same the parable that I'm alluding to, that Joseph Smith and the Lord himself reveals and alludes to before this same point in the prophetic timeline. So it says, whoop. And then I say, ghost in the machine to animate all men. And this is, to me, it inspires the thought of everybody's got a spirit, soul, and body, just like we read in Doctrine and Covenants 88, an allusion to future resurrection, things like that, but also ghost in the machine in terms of psychological operations, in terms of puppet presidents around the world, in terms of the secret combination pulling the strings as a deep state. And that's exactly what I reference here as I go into the different heads, where I say host in the regime, a puppet of the strong man. So that's the ghost in the machine to animate all men, host in the regime, a puppet of the strong man. So again, whoever has the money, whoever has the force, whoever has the power to execute coercion and blackmail or subversion or just brute force, right? They are the strong man, and they can install their puppet for their own machinations. And so I said Pope in the scheme, like P2. And this is, again, a shout out to World War II Gladio, where the Pope was involved with not only the CIA, but the mafia in basically peddling drugs and organized crime to fund operations, to fight communism. But really, they were just pushing for the same tyranny in the name of communism, like pretending to fight against it. And that those operations are still in abundance. I mean, there was an assassination of a pope, and lots of things happened during this time frame. If you look up the P2 scandal, and P2 was a Masonic lodge. It was Propaganda Duo, actually, is the name of it. So Propaganda and the Pope. And again, this is a deep rabbit hole, a deep, deep, deep rabbit hole. But to me, this plays into one of the pillars that I think is going to be revealed as the three controlling heads of the eagle. I believe it's going to be found in the finance and banking control from London, City of London, kind of their own independent vassal state there in England, and tied to Rome, and the syncretization of the occult Roman, let's just say the same things that brought together wisdom in Alexandria to syncretize things with the Library of Alexandria and stuff. The Roman version of that would be like the mystery cults and things. I would say their descendants are what I'm pointing to as being the financial controllers and the mercantile thieves and pirates of the Middle Ages and stuff that have subverted and set up the British Empire that kind of controls the world today. So that's my big theory, is that this kind of MI6, the British Empire, is still the head of the Hydra of the Western Gentile Empire. That would have been the seat of Joseph and Manasseh, or the northern tribes, essentially, like in the ones who stayed. And that they're kind of the head of the beast at the moment, of the Gentile beast. Okay, but anyways, Pope in the scheme, like P2, London, bridges built to fall. So again, this is like the slaves in the street on the wolves to the wall. So a nod to the financial element in what I'm talking about. London being the Bank of England and all that jazz. Lots of funding of the secret nefarious stuff happened through London, by London. Like George Soros, if you're talking about recent names and stuff, got himself rich through learning the dirty trades and then enriching himself, or in certain banking things that happened through London and England. So it's just like that was a poor explanation, but I'm not prepared to go into all of it right now without pulling my notes up and stuff. But this is just a tie to that, and I'm getting tired. But then I said D with the C, like Washington, D.C., be the army of them all. So the military power being in Washington, D.C., that's the military arm. So the three heads I would say would be the Vatican, the Pope in Rome. So the religious, theological subversion. Then you have financial subversion from London to Wall Street. And then you have military power as in D.C. I would say these would be probably the three heads of the eagle. And I would expect London or England probably be the first one, the biggest of the heads in my mind, because they'd be like it's the continuation of 1776, that they were mad that we left in the first place, and they were there present to instigate the Civil War and to fight us, and Russia even stepped in to fight against Britain in that conflict, and it's kind of why we ended up with Alaska. There's a lot going in there to point to. And then after the Civil War, you had the emergence of societies like the Fabian Society come out of England, like all their intelligence agencies. The FBI was even set up by the Scottish Rite, and a lot of their leading figures and influential Masons were the team that was subverting for the globalists versus others who had more of a Lincoln and founding fathers type of view for America. That was kind of the fight going on until there was final financial capture in the 1913s, and then propaganda and war capture, military industrial complex rising during the 1900s. So I know that was kind of schizo-brained. If you caught it and you were picking up what I'm putting down, then you're my people. But like when I'm writing these things, this is what goes into it. It's all the stuff I'm studying, and maybe it's clever and sounds stupid or corny to other people, but to me, as I'm listening to this rap, like all of these themes, all of this poem, every line takes me down these study rabbit holes that I've put personal time into. So to me, like this is my brainwashing. Like these are cliff notes. So when I hear these raps and rhymes, yeah, they're cool and they go together and they're nice, but there's so much deeper meaning to them that for me, it's almost instructional. It's not just entertainment, but it's like reinforcement. So this is what I have. So till the U and the N and the they get the call. So this is what I'm talking about. You have these three fall down, and you want this global government, the UN, basically, to get the call and to come in and settle things, because that American society there's fat people and people who elected that Donald Trump dictator, right? They can't control themselves. And so we're going to need to come in and step in and set things in order and show you how to govern. Like that's the conspiracy projection that a lot of people think, that the UN is positioning to come in and take over. And I wouldn't doubt it. I see them as kind of the current version of the beast is the UN, but it has yet one more phase to evolve into. I think it evolves into a dragon before it's completely eradicated, and that's what we're watching is the fall of the third beast of Daniel, the jaguar, with the four heads and the four wings covering all the earth. I think the UN is kind of the modern version, the latter-day version of that, and there's still yet a dragon to emerge. And that's what I see happening at the end of Ezra's Eagle. With the revelation of the head of the eagle, it's going to leave one beast, essentially, one dragon, one major player after the three heads go after each other. Like, that's kind of how I see it. All right, that was really dissolved in a broken explanation, but I wasn't planning on doing this, but it was still pretty good. So, and then I love these lines. So then I bring in, again, Back to the Future. We go back to the past. So like I called in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious and a callback to the first verse. I then go a callback to the second verse with Back to the Future. But then I change it, and I'm going back to the biblical times and the cosmic catastrophe stuff I'm talking about. And the number 10 as a completed cycle, kind of tying into Return of the 10 Tribes and temples, 10th of our everything. But I say like 10 degrees, the sun back in its track. And this is a reference to Hezekiah, but Passover and the very judgment day, the great and terrible day of the Lord that was prophesied back then. And the same things are prophesied to happen now with the earth wobbling to and fro and the sun going dark and doing weird things. Like, it's the same idea. So again, and it fits with how I end the verse, going back to the repetition about when the time flies off and off course and the source goes black, the planets are as orphans. So again, the sun turning black and the planetary catastrophe of it all. So I go, like 10 degrees, the sun back in its track, like 10 to leave the tribes north in the path. So again, talking about the 10 tribes. Like the Assyrian stopped by a fiery blast. And then after the tribes were taken, the Assyrian tried to come into Jerusalem. And that's when Sennacherib and the fiery blast in Isaiah's day happened, which would have been another planetary catastrophe, as I document in my Cosmism Manifesto. So that's what that's a reference to. And then I say, like 10 commandments on the tablets wrote, like 10 plagues that over Egypt broke, like 10 the virgins in the parable spoke, like a 10th to tithe to build the temple up. I love that line. And then it goes into the final verse. So let's listen to it out, and then I'll probably end it here.
Ghost in the machine to animate all men. Host in the regime, a puppet of the strong man. Pope in the scheme like P2. London bridges built to fall, like the slaves in the street to the wolves on the wall. D with the C, be the army of them all. Till the U and the N and the they get the call. Back to the future, we go back to the past. Like 10 degrees, the sun back in its...
I just realized that could be a commentary on the recent UN and like humanitarian aid relief that did not come to recent catastrophes. Like they come around, but they never come through. Like the same idea.
Its tracks like 10 to lead the tribes north in the path. Like 10 degrees, the sun back in its tracks. Like 10 to lead the tribes north in the path. Like the Assyrians stopped by a fiery blast. Like 10 commandments on the tablet wrote. Like 10 the plagues that over Egypt broke. Like 10 the virgins in the parable spoke. Like a tenth the tide to build the temple. When the time flies off and off course, the source it goes black. The planets are as orphans. When the sign of the Lord it comes forth like a force from the east, and the wicked to their sorcery. When the stars fall down like the horsemen, angels burning all the carnal men and forcefully. Men alive, men of cloth, men of light, men of peace, men of order follow with the men of Christ. Christ, 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 Christ.
I love that song. I love it. It's most recent one I did. I got a lot I'm working on. And maybe one of these streams, I'll just do some music for you guys because I feel like it, because that's what I do with my spare time. It's either this, or that. If I'm not in the mood to do music or do writing or work on a project like this, maybe I'm in the mood to do music, and so I'll do music. Or maybe I'm in the mood to do something else. And so I just fill my life with so many uplifting and gospel-centered hobbies, focuses, talents, that there's always something that I'm probably in the mood to do. And when I'm not, it's kind of rare, but I do also give myself a break to veg out. I'll play some Minecraft. I'll chill out and play with my son, go out and do physical things. Like I work out. I'm very active. I love pickleball. Really not very good, but consistent. And so like you just got to put balance in your life. But to me, there shouldn't be much idle time. Like I feel bad if I'm just sitting around watching a show or a movie, unless I've like committed with my family. They're like, okay, I'm going to sit down and watch this with you guys. Then I give them my time. But for the most part, if people are just zoning out or happy to, like my wife just loves to read a lot, and so she's happy to sit and read. Well, I read, and we are happy. Like it's awesome. So, but please don't watch my stuff or do any of this crap at the detriment to your own families or lives. But I'll throw this out there. Love you guys. I'll end this now. Wait, we got Ben said, fun fact, my little brother served in logistics for the Army's 4th PSYOP group. Oh, no way. The group who made the Ghost in the Machine video. Yeah, awesome machine. Actually, let's watch this real quick because this fits with everything we're talking about. This is like literally the military today. Ghost in the Machine, PSYOPs, Aussie Here it is. So let's watch this real quick. Just think of and everything we talked about, and if you guys, any of you were in my recent discussion on the Cosmism Manifesto over my first 2 articles on mind control and stuff like this, like this is your military telling you today exactly what they do. So just watch. It says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. So if he's easily agitated, agitate him. These are all I assume, and I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure, these are all Sun Tzu, Art of War type quotes. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant. Wait, I never finished your comment. Here I go jumping around. It says the 4th PSYOP group who made the Ghost of the Machine video. He said the video makers are really good at their propaganda jobs, but lack physical fitness. Lol. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. No, I mean, you got to be a Reddit, surfing Reddit to influence the hordes, so I get it. Like you got to be pretty involved too to speak some of the coded language that these always online types autistically speak in and pass information in, and that's where you're going to find a lot of the real truth. And these guys are like weeks and months ahead of the mainstream. Even the independent news guys, they're usually just regurgitating some 4chan guys. And you got to have the patience to go through it, otherwise you're missing stuff. You're not actually sifting everything that's available to you. And that's how I found the Q operation originally. It was that I rejected all of the narratives that were coming from sources that I was told to trust, and that previously I had trusted, and I just wasn't buying any of it because it was so nonsensical, everything I saw happening, that I began to look for way alternative sources and stumbled onto chans and message boards and videos. I was, using an onion router and things like that. I was really trying to search. I was like, there's got to be another side to the story of everything I'm watching here, because this is too out of, like, I felt the zeitgeist change in my soul, and it really awoke me, like, to start looking again. Okay. Pretend to be weak that he may grow arrogant. Yeah, Sun Tzu right here.
As the world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do.
It says born from the ashes, and then you have a little ghost. This is a little insignia. And a lot of the truthers that I watch, man, they put this on every merchandise thing you can see, this little ghost in the machine guy. Because this is everything the Q people were talking about. Like here you have the actual fourth PSYOP group from the military kind of confirming a lot of the stuff the Q people were saying is going on, that there's this information propaganda PSYOPs war going on between two sides or more. And we're just kind of seeing it all bubble to the surface. And then it kind of is strange to me to see how many people are unwilling to dive into it, when to me it's like this aligns with prophecy. This is exactly what we should be expecting to see starting to come to the surface and like be evident if we truly believe that the prophecy stuff is happening. But anyway, it says born from the ashes. Again, another Phoenix reference, which is very interesting. Order ab Chao, order through chaos is another one of these cult mottos for the people who like to play games with society, like PSYOPs.
Or die around me.
Of a world at war. So let's combine that. It says born from the ashes,
whispering
of a world at war.
Die around me.
It says you'll find us in the shadows. At the tip of the spear.
You say your
It says a threat rises in the east.
last good night.
A ticker with Russia invades Ukraine. Faces economic sanctions.
While
Warfare is evolving. See how it went from tanks? It went from horses and tanks to what? To tweets. It was something we talked about earlier, and Mike Benz was talking about on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's always talking about the UN's policy went from tanks to tweets. And here we have now propaganda war going back from this, apparently, good guys on our side is how they'd be described, white hats or something. But at this point, I don't think anybody needs to be attached to anybody as a certain hat or not. I think we're watching a series of rug pulls and traps and trap doors and all kinds of things. And so it's okay to just kind of observe and watch things happen and to have a general understanding of the direction of the different flows of things. That's what I do. And nothing else has mapped onto what has happened over the last 4, 5, 6 years than the Q drops have for me. Like I read them as they were coming out. And most people I know who are critical of them or critique them or have opinions about them, it's clear that it's like somebody who want us to talk about the Book of Mormon and they haven't ever read it. It's very obvious, like with the drops and stuff, when the people go and make assumptions about what the drops did or didn't do or blah, blah, blah. Like, it's beyond frustrating for me. And so I've just stopped talking about it altogether. But I think now it's safe enough that if I start mentioning it, I won't be crucified too much. Especially if I show it all in context, like I intend to do here. So now it says, and all of the world's a stage. It says you can find us in the shadows, and all the world is stage. And then it has somebody in the spotlight directing with the shadows all around him.
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
It is words and ideas.
The ammunition used by Psywar.
If any of you have watched some of my videos I post, I've used this video as like an overlay in the background of some of my songs, just because the imagery is so on point for everything that I talk about constantly with mind war, mind control, righteous mind control versus the propaganda. And it's just like, you can't just tell somebody, you can't show them the whole vision right out. You got to lead them along line by line. And so it's hard. especially when it's like you see the image so clearly. But it says anything we touch. This is kind of the sinister part of it. So listen, it says anything we touch is a weapon. And it's got a pen, an ink pen, writing. So it says anything we touch is a weapon.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier.
So the guy says it's influence the thoughts of enemy forces. And then the text on the screen says we can deceive, and then it goes through a bunch of different operators that it can do. So it says,
and at the same time is expected and encouraged to study foreign.
Persuade says we can actually let me hear the guy, and then I'll go back and read the words. So it says, let's hear what he says.
The enemy soldier.
And at the same time is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history, economics, and sociology. He must have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
Gripping.
Okay. So the words that they're admitting to right here, this PSYOPs group, this everything we touch is a weapon, they say. And then it says we can deceive.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier.
And at the same time is expected and encouraged to study foreign languages and the social sciences such as history.
It says we can change, and there's a sign that says for revolution in the back.
Economics and sociology.
It says we can influence.
He must
and it shows somebody on their phone.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all.
It says we can inspire.
All phases of human experience.
Gripping at my skin.
So you can take that one way, just on the surface, like, yeah, everybody can do that. Like, our words are powerful, and that's true. But this is them admitting, like, what their mission is. They're talking about, the guy on the overlay is talking about warfare is about influencing the minds of your subjects and blah, blah, blah. And so they're saying, this is what we can do to you. This is what is being done to you. This is what has been done to you. Like, it's an admission. If they're doing it now, how long have they been doing it for? Well, they admitted they were doing it back in World War I and even before that. So it's like, when are we going to admit that it's happening to us? And some of us do, but it's like a half-hearted effort to just be like, well, yeah, it's all sucky and it's bad and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, get good at crafting your discernment to know, like, what are the lies and what are the truths? And who are the bad actors intentionally feeding you lies? Some of the most trusted people that I see, lots of people on Twitter, like, retweeting and seeing as like, oh, this guy knows what's going on. He's so good. He's always amazing. Like, they're some of the greater deceivers because they're harder to detect, right? You've got to go to underlying principles, as we talked about with David O. McKay and their warning against communism and socialism and stuff. Don't just accept somebody because they have the gift of sophistry or debate or something like that, or they're really good at talking about points you agree on. Get to the things that maybe they don't want to talk about. Like, what are they not saying? That can be a tell. So anyways.
The walls of night close in.
It says, we come in many forms, and there was an actor painting his face, and now a game of chess.
But the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
And this clown that's dancing on the video all throughout gets declothed or revealed to be, a ghost, essentially. And it's just interesting when you have CIA clowns, all kinds of stuff. There's just a lot to draw from it. But it says, we are everywhere. It shows the earth.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
And it's a witch that gets on a broom and flies away that exposes the dancing clown, right? It's just interesting. And then it zooms out and the whole TV is on fire. The whole television is on fire. It's this feeling in the dark. A message in the stars. And just, you can hear the music. It's the it's the movie cinema. It's driving your emotions. That tone, that music, those frequencies, that elevating of it, that's all intentionally harping on your heart, your anxiety, your fear. It's wanting you to be agitated a little bit. It's a little annoying. It's like, oh man, that noise. Like, that's what they want. That's what it's going for. This is all crafted intentionally to have that effect on your mind, especially how the images are all overlaid and blend into each other. The haunting music, the tone of everybody, the ancient recording message, all of this is very well done, very good propaganda, and I like it. Like, I'm not even saying, I'm just saying it. Okay, wow. Breathe, everybody, breathe. Okay. But you see what they just did to you just in that, 3.5 minute clip? With that intense lead up, because it says, we, ghosts, like, what are we? Is what it says. And then it says, Psy-War right at the end. And it's a recruitment video. Obviously.
These are the Psy-War soldiers.
If I were a young kid just getting into like the scenes, trying to chat on chat groups and stuff like I was back in the day, I would have been totally drawn in by this kind of thing and would have wanted to join just to do psyops. Because I was like, yes, like let me be a good force. But it's a good recruiting video. But at the same time, like it's an admission that everything we're talking about in terms of propaganda and the dispensation of deceit, like it's legitimate. This isn't something off in the weeds. This is directly on target for what you look around and see that is obvious. So thanks for joining me on my first research stream. It doesn't look like we got a lot done other than I did go through this DNC 88, and I'm glad I did. I know what to pull out. I can do that on my own time, or maybe I'll do that in the next one. But we'll jump right into it next time with Call It Conspiracy. We'll read that and go through some chapters, pull out names and do some dives and play some music maybe, or whatever everybody wants to do. So Ben, thanks I know you were probably in it for the long haul. Have a great rest of your night at work. And everybody else who catches this on the replay, see you later. Now, I don't have an outro or anything, so give me a second. Wait, maybe I do. Please hold. Please hold. No, I don't, but I'll just... Okay, I'm fading out. Goodbye.